Maybe you came here looking for NSDR, for non-sleep deep rest, for a way to rest without sleeping, for something that helps when you're exhausted but can't nap. And you're in the right place. This is a guided rest practice, not medical advice. If you have ongoing trouble with sleep or health, a doctor is the right person to see. You're already doing what matters, lying down, giving your body space, letting gravity hold you. There's no need to do anything else beyond this moment of stillness. Let your eyes stay closed. Your shoulders can soften where they meet your back. Your arms rest at your sides, palms up or down, whichever feels more supported. Your legs are straight or slightly bent, feet relaxed and not gripping the floor or bed. The surface beneath you holds all of it. You're no longer responsible for staying upright. There's a quiet tension in your jaw. Yes, the kind that settles like static after a day spent under pressure. A memory of clenched teeth or silent frustration. It doesn't need to go away right now. It just needs to be noticed and then released into stillness. Your chest feels heavy with something too. Not pain exactly, but the echo of yesterday's stress. That low hum beneath your ribs like a forgotten engine running on idle. You don't have to name it or fix it. Just let this moment hold space for it. This is how rest begins, by allowing what already is, not fighting it, not judging it, just letting the weight be there while you quietly shift into something softer. Now, bring your attention gently to your breath. Breathe in through your nose, easy and unhurried. No need to force depth or volume. Just let air flow in as naturally as water over stone. Then, at the top of that inhale, take one small additional sip, a whisper of extra air, not enough to strain, but enough to give you something to release. Now begin the exhale. Let it go slowly and completely. Make it longer than your in-breath. Not because you're holding anything back, but because this is how your body tells itself. I don't need to hurry. The breath flows out like a slow current. Not rushed, not forced, just letting the air escape from your lungs with no resistance. Each exhale becomes an invitation to settle deeper into stillness. Breathe in, a little more than usual at the top, and then let it go. Longer, softer, slower than before. Feel how the length of that out-breath changes something inside you. Your heart rate begins to slow without your command. The nervous system receives its own signal. You're safe here. This is not about controlling your breath. It's about aligning with what already wants to happen. With every long exhale, the body resets itself toward calm. Breathe in. Again, just a touch more air at the top, and release. A steady stream of out-breath that feels deeper than effort. Your shoulders are dropping lower now. The back of your neck is softening. You're not doing this. You're letting it happen. Let's begin to move attention through your body, slowly and gently, not searching for anything, not fixing, just noticing what is already present. We'll go in a steady order. Start at the bottom and work upward, one region at a time. Begin with the toes of your right foot, the smallest bones, the tips that press against the inside of your shoe or the surface beneath you. Feel them where they meet the ground. Notice any pressure, warmth, tingling, stiffness. Just name it in your mind without judgment. Toes. Then let go. Shift to the ball of your foot, the arch rising toward the center. You don't need to move or stretch. Just let awareness settle here like a feather landing on water. Now the heel, where all weight meets surface, where pressure builds and settles. It may feel warm, cool, tight, numb. Whatever it is, accept it. Your body has carried you through days, hours, weeks. It deserves this moment of being held. Move up the right foot, the inner ankle, then the outer, then the arch itself. Feel each joint, each line of muscle that supports your weight. Not to improve them, just to acknowledge their existence. Now the calf, thick with tension from standing or walking all day, even if you don't remember it. Let your awareness sink into its depth, like water finding a crevice in stone. The knee, where two bones meet and shift with every motion. It may feel stiff, slightly swollen, quiet, still. Notice the space behind it, the softness of tissue that's often forgotten. Fa, upper leg, from hip to knee. If there's any tightness here, let your attention simply rest on it without trying to change anything. This is not a workout, it's an arrival. Now, shift focus to the left foot. Toes first, then ball, heel, inner and outer ankle, arch, calf, knee, thigh, one section at a time. You don't need to rush. Each part can take as long as it needs. There is no right speed here, only presence. Now, bring your attention to the hips, where bones meet pelvis, where sitting wears down tissue, where stress settles in the joints. Feel both sides equally, front, back, and beneath you. You might notice a slight imbalance or warmth from being still too long. Just let it be known without resistance. Let your belly relax now. Not flat, but soft. The area just below your navel. This is where breath meets core. Not to tighten or expand, but to feel what's already here. A quiet space that holds all of you. Your lower back presses into the surface beneath you, perhaps slightly curved, perhaps straight. Either way, notice how it rests there. The spine supports everything above and below. Let your awareness follow its length upward. Now, your chest, center of breath, of heartbeat, where tension tends to gather after a long day or an argument never fully resolved. Feel the rise and fall, not because you're controlling it, but because you're aware of it. Notice whether there's any tightness in front, along the sternum, between your ribs. Any weight pressing down. Right shoulder first, where neck meets arm, where carrying things or holding stress creates knots you can't see but feel every night. Let your awareness settle into the top of that muscle, then down through to the outer edge of the collarbone. No need to lift it. Just rest in its weight. Now left shoulder. Same rhythm, same softness. Your arms hang from them like branches after a storm, not needing to do anything. Just letting gravity pull them down. Elbows now, where bending happens, where we lean on surfaces when tired or frustrated. Feel the joint, the skin over it, the space beneath. Forearms, inner and outer sides, wrist bones, then fingers. Start with your right hand's thumb. Feel its base, where it meets palm. Then index finger, middle, ring, little, one at a time. Noticing whether any are stiff, cold, warm, relaxed. Take as long as you need on each fingertip, not to manipulate them, but to re-establish connection with the body's own signals. Now, move back up your right arm, wrist, elbow, upper arm, shoulder joint again. Not repeating for memory, but for sensory return. Left arm now, same path. Hand, fingers, wrist, forearm, elbow, upper arm, shoulder. Each section a small homecoming. Your neck is next. The long column between head and spine. It may feel tight in places you didn't expect. Maybe it's stiff from looking down at screens all day, or tense after driving, or sitting with poor posture. But right now, there's no need to straighten, correct, realign. Just let your attention flow along its length. Top of neck, back of neck, sides, center. Feel how it meets the jawline and cradles the base of your skull. You may notice a slight warmth where your neck meets the base of your skull, like a faint pulse beneath skin that remembers how to hold still. It's not urgent, not painful, just a signal from nerves that have been on alert for hours. Let that sensation be part of the landscape now, not something to fix or push away. Simply rest in its presence as you begin to shift your attention upward again, not to correct anything, but to reacquaint yourself with what's already here. Your scalp is next. Every inch from forehead to crown, from temple to the back, where hair meets skin. Feel how it stretches gently over bone, how each follicle rests in its own small space, not needing to do anything except be there. You don't need to smooth or tighten. Just let your awareness settle like dust, settling after a quiet breath. Notice whether any area feels tight across the forehead, maybe from frowning without meaning to, or from thinking too hard during the day. The skin here is thin and sensitive, responsive to tension, even when it's not obvious. But now, you're not asking it to change. You're only telling yourself, this part exists. It has weight. It knows how to rest. Your eyes are closed, already still. But let your awareness move through them like a slow tide. Feel the lids pressing softly down, covering the surface of each eye with quiet pressure. There's no need for vision now. The body doesn't require sight. to know peace behind the eyelids. You might sense faint warmth or coolness depending on how your blood flows tonight. Perhaps one side is heavier than the other. Just a difference in sensation. Not an imbalance requiring correction. Let it be known without judgment. Your ears, not for listening now, but for feeling the way they curve into space, how their soft tissue holds shape even when still. Notice the subtle pressure at the entrance of each ear canal, as though gravity is gently pulling inward. No sound needs to arrive. What's already here is enough. You are not waiting for anything. Your attention isn't searching, it's returning. Now bring your focus back down through the face, not with effort, but like a slow descent into still water. Your cheeks, flesh that moves when you speak or smile, yet can also feel heavy after long hours of silence. Let them sink slightly under their own weight. Your jaw. This is where so much quiet tension settles, especially at night. Not because it's weak, but because the body remembers every time it clenched without meaning to. During arguments, in meetings, while waiting for a call that never came. You may feel stiffness near the joint, just below your ear, the hinge that opens and closes with every breath, every swallow. Let it soften now, even if only slightly. Not through force, but by letting go of the need to control. Your teeth, they don't have to be perfectly aligned or pressed together, just present. Notice whether any are touching lightly or one side biting down more than the other. There is no right way for them to sit. Just let your awareness rest on the sensation without changing it. If you feel pressure between them, accept that this is how the jaw chooses to rest tonight. Your tongue resting low in your mouth, not moving, not speaking, just being. Notice its shape, its position against the floor of your mouth. Maybe it's dry or slightly swollen from earlier hours, but that's okay. You're not fixing anything. You're only observing. Let this be part of the quiet inventory. Now, return to your forehead again. Not as a place of thought, but as territory where stress sometimes pools like water in a low spot. If there's any tightness across the brow, between the eyes, or along the ridge above them, don't try to stretch it away. Just allow that sensation to exist without resistance. You might even imagine your forehead slowly releasing its grip on yesterday's events, as though the skin is loosening around something buried beneath. Your neck continues upward now, the center of balance between head and spine. Feel how the vertebrae stack gently one upon the other, creating a soft curve that supports the weight above. Not rigidly straight, but naturally curved to allow for rest. Let your attention follow the line from base of skull up through the nape, down into the hollow beneath your chin, and now your head itself, the entire structure of bone and tissue holding all this awareness in place. Feel how it rests on top of your spine like a bowl cradling water, not pushing forward, not tilting back, but simply resting where gravity places it. You don't need to lift it or hold it up anymore. Now, begin a new kind of movement, not through parts, but through the space between them. Imagine your body as a field, not broken into sections, but one continuous landscape. Each sensation, warmth, pressure, stillness is part of a larger whole. You're no longer moving from point to point. Instead, you are feeling how everything connects. There's no separation between neck and chest or shoulder and arm. It's all held together by the same network of nerves, blood vessels, tissue. Let that thought sink in, not as logic, but as physical knowing. You are one body, not a collection of parts trying to be fixed. Each moment is linked to every other. In this field, your breath still flows, gently rising and falling through chest and belly. It doesn't need to deepen or slow further. It's already doing what it needs to do. You're not changing the rhythm. You're only noticing how it moves through the entire system as one smooth wave. Now shift focus slightly, not to feel, but to sense contact, where your body meets whatever is beneath you. If you're on a bed, that's soft fabric and springs or foam yielding under weight. If on a floor, perhaps hard wood or carpet, each surface holding you differently, responding with its own quiet give. Feel how pressure builds at the points of contact, not just in hips, shoulders, feet, but across your entire back, your thighs, your calves. These aren't isolated spots. They're part of an ongoing exchange between body and support. The bed or floor isn't resisting you. It's accepting you, not trying to hold you up, but allowing you to let go. You don't need to be perfectly centered or aligned. Just let your weight settle into that contact point like a stone sinking slowly through water. Every bit of pressure is a quiet confirmation. You are here. You are held. Now notice the subtle shift in temperature across different areas. The warmth where skin presses against fabric, the cooler edges near the wrists or ankles, the slight chill along your spine if you're lying on something cool. These aren't problems to solve, just data your body is registering without needing your help. There's no need to adjust anything. No reason to shift position unless it feels like a natural movement toward comfort. For now, just stay still and let that stillness be full. Imagine the surface beneath you, not as something supporting you, but as part of you. Like skin grown out from inside, or an extension of your own inner landscape. When you press into it, it presses back, not with force, but with quiet presence. And if a thought drifts in about work that hasn't been finished, about conversations left unresolved, about the future waiting to be lived, it doesn't need to be answered. Just let it float by like smoke through an open window. You are not chasing or avoiding anything. You're simply letting your attention stay here, in this moment of rest, where nothing is required. The breath continues, longer on the exhale now than ever before. Each one carries a little more release. Not because you're trying harder, but because your nervous system is beginning to understand that there's no threat. It can slow down. It can stop preparing for danger and simply be. Your shoulders drop again, not by choice, but by surrender. They don't need to carry anything anymore. The arms hang like vines after rain, heavy with moisture, but finally free from strain. Your fingers still resting on the surface or curling slightly into their own shape. Don't have to do anything. Let them stay as they are. No goal, no purpose. Just being there in this quiet space where time has paused and effort is not required. Your jaw releases further. Not dramatically, but gradually, like a lock turning slowly in silence. The muscles unclench not because you told them to, but because your nervous system recognizes that safety is present. You don't need to hold your breath in expectation, nor brace for what comes next. There's no demand on you to be anywhere else or to become anything different than this moment of quiet surrender. The tension that settled into your jaw earlier, those small, persistent contractions at the base of your skull, like wires pulled too tight, is finally beginning to loosen, not through force, but through absence of effort. It's not being pushed away, it's simply no longer needed. There's nothing left to protect. Your body knows this now, not in thought, but in the slow release of tissue, in the way your temples soften and your lower jaw unclenches like a door that hasn't opened in years. Let your eyes stay closed. Let them rest not just from light, but from any need to interpret or judge what's before them. There is no image to process here, no shape to name, no story to follow. The space behind your eyelids isn't empty. It holds a quiet warmth, a dim glow like sunlight filtered through thick fabric. It's not bright, and it doesn't demand anything of you. You don't have to make sense of it. Just let it be there, undisturbed by attention. Your breath moves now in longer intervals, each exhalation stretching further into silence than the last. Not because you're pushing for more air out, but because your body is learning how to rest without needing permission. Each slow release is a signal. This is safe. The diaphragm lowers gently with no resistance, allowing the belly to rise and fall like a tide that has found its natural rhythm. It isn't trying to reach deep. It already is deep. You're not doing anything to change your breathing. You're only noticing how it flows through you, as if guided by something older than thought. Now bring attention back, not to any one spot, but to the whole system of sensation. That subtle layer where awareness meets body. This isn't about fixing or adjusting. There's no checklist for being okay. Instead, imagine your skin not as a boundary, but as an open invitation. It doesn't block the outside world. It simply registers what touches it. Pressure from fabric against thigh, warmth radiating from calf to heel, the faint vibration of distant sound traveling through floorboards, even if you don't hear it with ears. All of this is being received, not analyzed, not labeled, just accepted as part of your experience. The surface beneath you continues to hold you not by effort, but by nature. Whether it's foam, compressing under weight, or hardwood, Accepting the subtle curve of your spine, it responds without resistance. There's no demand for perfection in alignment. No need to be balanced or centered. Just let gravity do its work. Your body sinking into place like sand filling a hole. Every inch of contact is an anchor, not binding you, but grounding you. Feel how the back of your neck softens now. Not by force, but as if the muscles are finally letting go of their vigilance. They don't need to stay alert anymore. No threat is approaching. No one is watching or judging what you do with your time. Even silence has become a kind of presence, something not empty, but full in its own way. It doesn't ask for anything from you. Your chest lifts slightly on the inhale, not because you are filling lungs with purpose, but because breath moves through space where there's no obstruction. And when that breath begins to leave, it carries more than air. It carries a little of what was held. Not a memory, not a thought, but an old weight that no longer needs to be carried. Let your hands stay as they are, resting on the surface or curled slightly in their own shape. Don't straighten them or tuck them away. Let fingers remain where gravity has left them. There is no need for precision here. No requirement to be useful, productive, presentable. You're not being tested. You're not expected to do anything with your body except be. Your legs, both of them are resting now in a kind of stillness that isn't stiff or tense. They don't have to stay straight or lifted. They can simply exist as part of the whole, weighty and quiet. Notice how your calves feel. Not tight, not restless, but warm with blood flow. Like roots growing slowly into soil. There's no urgency in their position. No reason to move unless movement arises from comfort, not obligation. The space between your shoulder blades feels wider now. Not because you've opened them up, but because the muscles have released their constant low-level tension. It's as if they're uncurling after being folded too long. That narrow ridge along your spine, where bone meets tissue, no longer holds a load of expectation or effort. It can just be soft. Imagine this. Not only are you sinking into support, but the space around you is also receiving you. Air presses lightly against skin, not tightly, not in need, but with gentle contact. Like mist drifting across a field at dawn. Your shoulders aren't rigid. They're accepting that weight from outside as easily as your back accepts pressure from below. There's no separation between inside and outside anymore. Not really. The boundary is soft. You're not in space. You are part of it. When sound comes, whether distant or faint, it doesn't intrude. It simply passes through you, like wind moving through a hollow tree. There's room for noise without disturbance. Your mind doesn't have to shut it down. Just let it be one more sensation that doesn't require response. If an image appears, a face from yesterday, a phrase left unsaid, the unfinished task waiting in email or memory, it doesn't need to be answered. You don't have to resolve anything now. You're not building momentum toward clarity. Instead, just observe how thoughts come and go like leaves on water, floating, turning, then passing through without leaving a mark. You can let them drift by with no reaction, no judgment, no correction. They are not yours to fix. The mind is not required to be useful in this moment. It doesn't need to plan or assess. Just allow each one to fade like smoke from a candle that has burned long enough. Now bring your awareness down, not to any single point, but across the entire field of physical presence. Feel how all sensations connect. Warmth near ankles, merging with cooler air at wrists. Pressure in hips blending into weight along thighs. Breath moving through chest and belly as one continuous flow. There is no beginning or end, just a seamless continuity from toe to scalp. This is not meditation in the traditional sense. No focus on a single object. No effort to quiet thought. This is rest. The body resting. The nervous system slowing down. Your attention wandering without direction or goal. Your skin isn't just sensing, it's participating. It doesn't block what touches it. Instead, it lets information pass through like light through glass. You're not separate from touch. You are in communication with every surface that holds you. And as you stay here, unhurried, uncorrected, undisturbed, your body begins to absorb the idea of being safe. Not because something changed out there, but because your nervous system is beginning to believe it's okay to stop preparing for danger. It can begin to release what was never meant to be carried forever. Imagine that even in stillness, you are moving not through space, but through time. Not forward, not backward, but in. A slow inward tide, drawing everything back toward calm. The kind of movement that doesn't require steps or effort, just letting go and allowing gravity to pull your center deeper into rest. Your shoulders drop again, not by choice, but because they no longer need to carry anything. The arms hang like branches after rain, heavy with water, unburdened by wind. There's no purpose in their position. They don't have to do anything. Just be. And when you feel your fingers twitch slightly, just a tiny shift of muscle, let it happen without resistance. Let them move as if guided not by will, but by the quiet pull of relaxation. The back of your head rests now on the surface, not pressing down, but settling into place, like clay left in still air. There's no need to adjust or reposition. You're already where you need to be. The curve of your neck matches the curve of the support beneath it. Alignment isn't enforced, it emerges. You don't have to think about being relaxed. Relaxation is what happens when nothing else is required. You are not trying to reach anything. No destination, no shift in mood, no sudden breakthrough. You're simply allowing your body to be held by time itself, like a branch cradled by a stream that doesn't rush but moves steadily through the dark. There's no need for urgency because what is happening isn't progress, it's presence. And presence doesn't advance, it stays. The breath flows not in rhythm with thought, but beneath it, quieting without effort, as if your lungs are remembering something older than intention. You don't guide them anymore. You're letting them settle into a pattern that feels familiar to the nervous system, even when you've never named it before. Each exhale is longer because there's nothing left to hold on to. No tension in the jaw, not even the memory of clenching. The muscles around your mouth are soft, unwired from yesterday's silent grind. They don't need to brace for speech or judgment anymore. You can feel how the air enters at the base of your throat and moves down through a channel that doesn't constrict. It flows with ease, not because you've loosened anything, but because there's no one left to tighten. The back of your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not pressing forward, not holding position. It just is like water waiting for gravity to decide its path. Your eyes stay closed, not in effort to block out light, but because there's nothing urgent that needs seeing. You don't need images right now. You're not building a picture. Instead, the space behind your eyelids feels like stillness with texture, soft and porous, like something that has held heat for hours and is slowly releasing it back into the air. No shapes emerge. No flashes come. Just depth. And in that depth, your neck begins to shift again. Not dramatically, not consciously, but as if the muscles have been waiting for permission to let go of a posture they've carried all day. One shoulder settles lower than the other, not because you meant it to, but because gravity is now doing more of the work than your body has in weeks. The weight moves from effort into alignment. Your chest isn't rising and falling with purpose anymore. It's breathing like something that doesn't have to prove anything. The rise comes when needed. The fall happens without resistance. You don't need to feel it. You can simply notice how movement occurs without demand. The diaphragm shifts in a way that feels almost unconscious, like an engine idling after a long drive. Your arms hang now like fabric left on a line at night, the kind that doesn't dry quickly because there's no wind and no one to take it down. They aren't doing anything. They don't need to. The fingers are slightly curled, not from habit, but from warmth gathering in the tips. Blood returning, slow and steady, like rivers after snowmelt. You can feel each fingertip as a point of contact with air that's cooler than your skin, but not cold enough to startle. Your hands aren't trying to grasp anything now, not even the idea of holding on. They're open without intention. The spaces between fingers are full of space, too, empty in a way that feels complete rather than lacking. You don't have to fill them with meaning or function. Just be still. Let each joint release its usual tightness, like water escaping from a cracked dam. The left side of your body begins to feel slightly heavier, not because anything changed physically, but because attention has wandered there without judgment. It's not the right side that feels more awake. It's simply that awareness is settling into balance, not favoring one side over another. You don't have to correct it. You don't need symmetry. Your lower back presses gently against the surface beneath. No effort to flatten or arch, just a slow merging of shape and support. There's no resistance between your spine and the material below. They're not fighting anymore. They've come to agree on stillness. The pelvis tilts slightly, not forward, not backward, but into alignment with gravity. It doesn't need to be precise. Precision isn't required here. Your hips are warm now, less like bones and more like soil after rain. Dense, soft, holding memory of pressure without stiffness. You don't have to remember what they carried. You can just let them stay where they are, as if the weight has finally been released into the earth below. There's no need to carry it anymore. Your legs stretch out, not in a stretch, but in surrender. The knees aren't locked. They're relaxed, like hinges that haven't needed to hold anything for hours. You don't have to straighten them or tense them up. Just let your thighs rest against the surface, their full length supported. The outer edges of your calves press into air that's slightly cooler than skin, but not unpleasant. Your feet are now fully aware, not in a way that demands attention, but because they're receiving it without resistance. Each toe lies where it wants to, some bent slightly, some straight, none needing correction. There's no need for symmetry or posture here. The soles of your feet are like membranes, absorbing heat from below and releasing tension upward. You can feel how the skin on your ankles is stretched gently by blood returning after hours of sitting. Not tight, not taut, but full in a way that feels natural to the body when it's allowed to rest. There's no need to move or adjust. Just let sensation exist without labeling it good or bad. You don't have to fix anything. Your thighs are warm now, and the skin above your knees is soft, not because of fat or muscle, but because circulation has returned after being restricted for so long. You can feel warmth spreading slowly upward from ankle to hip, like a wave that doesn't move fast, but carries something essential with it. The lower part of your back feels connected to everything below. It's not just floating on support, but merging into it. The surface beneath isn't holding you. It's allowing you to become one with stillness. There's no separation between body and ground now. Only continuity, like roots extending through soil without pushing forward. Your breath continues, not because you're doing anything, but because your body knows how to breathe when nothing else is required. The rhythm slows further, not by command, but because effort has dropped away. Each inhale comes easily, like air rising from a deep well. Each exhale takes longer than it did before, longer than thought. And in that space between breaths, the pause just after release. You can feel how your body doesn't panic when there's no movement. It doesn't fear emptiness. Instead, it rests in the interval as if it has always known this was safe. You don't have to fill silence with sound or action. Stillness is not failure. Quiet is not absence. Your awareness drifts now, not toward any single part of your body, but through all of them at once. Like a current moving beneath skin. No point is emphasized, no sensation claimed as the center. You're not scanning, you're dissolving into the whole. There's no you trying to look around anymore. Just presence, undivided. The boundary between inside and outside isn't gone, but it doesn't matter. Things pass through without needing permission. Sound waves drift like dust in sunlight. No need to block them or name them. You don't have to say who made the noise or why. They come, they pass, they fade. Not because you ignored them, but because your nervous system no longer sees them as threats. If a memory surfaces, a moment from yesterday that still feels sticky, the weight of it doesn't need to be lifted now. Just let it sit like fog in a valley, dense, low, and slow moving. Don't chase it away. Don't analyze it. Don't try to understand why it returned. Instead, imagine it as another current passing through you, not stopping, not lingering, but moving on with the rest of the night. Your shoulders release again, this time deeper than before. Not because you told them to, but because there's no one left to hold them up. They sink into the support beneath, like stones dropped in a pond and sinking past ripples. There's no resistance in the muscles at the top of your back. They're not stiff with effort or preparation. Your collarbones feel wide now, not because you've stretched them, but because tension has drained from the area around your neck. They lie flat against air that moves freely through space. Your throat doesn't feel tight anymore. No constriction, no pressure building behind it. You don't have to swallow to clear it. Your chest settles into a shape that doesn't need to be explained. No rising, no pressing forward. Just breath flowing through stillness like water finding its level in a basin. The space behind your breastbone softens, not because you've forced it open, but because there's nothing left to close against. The ribs aren't holding anything up anymore. They're simply resting where gravity allows them to be. This is not collapse. It's surrender of effort, not weakness, but release from a burden that was never yours to carry. Your skin continues to register subtle shifts. The slight shift in weight when one hip settles deeper into support. The way warmth pools under the curve of your pelvis, like sunlight gathering on stone after rain. You don't need to notice it. Just let awareness drift through where sensation is already present. The air inside your lungs doesn't feel full anymore. It feels light, not empty, but unburdened, as if each exhale leaves behind less weight than the last. There's no goal in this breathing, no target of deeper or longer. Just a natural slowing that happens when effort stops being required. You don't have to lengthen it. Your body does it on its own now, like water flowing downhill without resistance. Your shoulders drop further, not because they're falling, but because the need to hold them up has dissolved. Their position isn't fixed anymore. They've stopped trying to be anything specific. They simply are. And in that being, there's a kind of quiet dignity, a quiet knowing that no posture is needed for safety. Your hands rest flat now, palms facing upward as if receiving the air itself. Not grasping, not curling around anything, but open, like vessels waiting without demand. Your fingers aren't stiff or curled. They're relaxed in their natural shape, each joint soft and unguarded. There's no need to straighten them or press them down. They are where they belong, supported by gravity, just as everything else is. The skin on the backs of your hands feels thin now, not fragile, but sensitive, registering every shift in pressure, temperature, even the faintest vibration from a distant hum in the house. The refrigerator cycling, maybe, or the quiet thrum of wires behind the wall. You don't have to listen for it. You just notice that it's there, and then let it be part of the background. Your feet are no longer separate. They're not down here while your mind is up there somewhere. They've become part of a continuous field, like roots spreading through soil without direction or urgency. You don't have to think about them. Just accept that their weight has been absorbed by the surface beneath. Each toe lies where it falls, no effort to align or correct. The ball of your foot presses slightly into the bed, not from tension, but from simple contact. The way a leaf rests on ground after falling. There's no pressure point that demands attention, only softness and ease. The back of your head feels grounded, not crushed, but held in place by stillness. Your skull isn't floating. It's settled into its shape, resting against the support, like something long waiting to be free from effort. You don't have to keep it upright. Gravity is doing that now without any help from you. Your neck isn't supporting anything, just connecting two parts of a whole, and even that connection has loosened over time until there's no strain between them. Your jaw unclenches, not dramatically, not in a single moment, but gradually, like water melting ice from the edges inward. The muscles around your mouth soften. They don't have to pull tight or shape words anymore. They're just resting. Lips aren't pressing together. They're not holding anything closed. There's no need for expression, no smile to hide behind, no frown to carry. You're not pretending to be calm. You're simply becoming it through stillness. The corners of your mouth release, not because you told them to, but because tension has been removed from the entire facial region. Your eyes are closed. Yes, but they're not strained. There's no effort to keep them shut or open. Just a soft darkness behind them, like room in a cave where light doesn't matter. The lids don't press down. They rest lightly, as if they finally decided that nothing needs to be seen. You can feel the texture of air against your eyelids, not cold or hot, just present, like a quiet touch from something outside, but not intrusive. A sound comes now. A distant car passing by on the street. Tires moving over pavement. It doesn't break through anything. It slips through the space between breaths like smoke through an open window. You don't have to listen for it. It's already gone before you register what made the noise. And another one follows. Someone calling from a distance. Maybe someone walking their dog. No need to identify the voice or wonder who said what. They pass through your awareness without leaving residue. Your breath continues, not because you're directing it, but because it's now part of the rhythm of stillness. Each cycle is shorter than before, not in length, but in urgency. There's no next breath that needs to be faster or deeper. Just this one, and then the next. They come without demand, like raindrops falling on a roof after hours of dry weather. You don't need to count them. You just let each one happen as it does. Your back is fully in contact with the surface beneath, not pressed into it, not lifted away from it, but simply lying there, accepting what support is offered. Your spine isn't straightening. It's relaxing its own alignment, letting go of any posture that was once maintained out of habit or anxiety. You don't have to think about alignment. You're just becoming the shape that comes naturally when nothing else is required. Your hips release slowly. First one side, then the other. Not in a sequence, but as part of a spreading wave through your lower body. It's not movement, it's letting go. The tension in the pelvic floor melts like snow in warm air. There's no need to contract or relax, just surrendering to gravity and time. The skin on your inner thighs feels different now. Not tight, not numb, but alive with subtle sensation, like warmth moving through fabric that has finally stopped clinging. You can feel where each piece of the body connects. The place between leg and torso, the crease beneath the pelvis, not as a joint or barrier, but as part of one continuous surface. Your belly rises slightly on its own, not from effort, not from breath, but because of internal movement that isn't directed by will. It's just breathing inside you, quietly. The muscles aren't tensing. They're soft, like fabric that has been washed and is now settling back into shape after being folded too long. A memory drifts in, a conversation from yesterday, a tone of voice, not angry, but weary, the kind that lingers even when the words are forgotten. You don't need to respond to it or reframe it or say anything about it at all. Just let it pass through your awareness, like mist moving across a field, visible for a moment, then gone. No one needs to remember what was said. No one has to decide whether it mattered. Your fingers begin to feel heavier, not sinking, but becoming dense in their own way. Not from fatigue, but because they've stopped resisting the pull of gravity. Each fingertip rests where it falls, and there's no need to adjust or correct. You don't have to do anything with them. They're already doing what is needed. Your arms lie along your sides, not stiff, not reaching for anything, just resting in a place that feels natural. They aren't holding on to the air. They're letting go of every intention to move. Even the small reflexes, like the instinct to shift or rub, are fading now, like ripples on water after a stone has fallen. The space behind your eyes opens up, not wide open, but relaxed, as if all pressure has drained from the area around them. There is no strain in the brow, no tightness between the eyebrows. You don't have to smooth it out or push it away. You're just letting it be what it is, quiet. Your ears feel unblocked, not because you've blown your nose, but because tension has lifted from the muscles behind them. Sound comes through without filtering, just as it does when you're in a room where nothing matters enough to react to. Noises aren't threats. They're just part of the environment, like air or light. Your scalp feels wide open, not stretched, but released. Like a cap that was once too tight has finally loosened in the heat of stillness. There is no pressure behind your eyes anymore. Just space. You can feel where the skin of your forehead meets the hairline, not as a boundary, but as a soft edge, like water meeting land at dusk. It doesn't need to be defined. It simply is. Your temples are quiet now. No pulse tracing beneath them. No tightness holding the shape of yesterday's thoughts. They're not empty, but unoccupied, waiting only for what comes next without needing to prepare. Your jaw. You've been holding it longer than you realized. Not clenched in force, but shaped by habit, a posture learned from stress before you knew how to let go. Now, the muscles around your mouth are beginning to soften in a way that's almost unfamiliar. They're not stiff with intention anymore. They're just resting. No need to pull them down or push them forward. Just letting the weight of your head settle into its natural angle against the surface below. You don't have to do anything about it. You're already doing what your body knows how to do when left alone. The air moves through your nose without demand, not filling lungs for performance, but simply passing through like wind through a hollow reed. There's no effort in breathing. It's just happening. The breath comes and goes on its own, guided by something older than thought. You don't need to make it deeper or longer. Just allow it to be what it is. Slow, continuous, unbroken. Your chest doesn't rise because you want it to. It rises because there's space inside for movement, not pressure. A warmth spreads through the center of your torso. Not heat, like fever, but a gentle expansion that feels like light being let in behind closed curtains. It starts low, near where your ribs meet your pelvis, and moves upward as if something is gently unfolding from within. You don't need to name it. There's no story required for this sensation. Just notice how the area between your sternum and belly feels different now. Not tense with anticipation or anxiety, but open, like a door left slightly ajar after someone has passed through. Your back continues to sink, not in jerks, not in shifts, but steadily, as if time is doing its work without you. Every point of contact where skin meets fabric or mattress becomes clearer, each one holding the shape of your body without resistance. There's no need for adjustment. Gravity isn't pulling too hard or too soft. It's just being what it always is. Consistent, patient. You can feel each rib now, not as a structure you must protect, but as part of the surface that holds and releases breath. They're not rigid. They move with your inner rhythm, rising slightly during inhalation and falling into stillness on exhalation. There's no effort in holding them up. They don't need to be strong or straight. Just bones floating in soft tissue doing their quiet job. Your shoulders drift down, not as a command, but as a release of accumulated weight that had been held high for longer than necessary. The muscles along your upper back soften like wax, left near a warm flame, slowly yielding, losing definition, returning to what they were before strain entered. You don't have to push them away from your ears or pull them back toward your spine. Just let their position be whatever it naturally settles into. The space between your shoulder blades feels wide now. Not hollow, not tight, but spacious. As if the body has found a new balance in its own architecture. There's no need for alignment, just presence. You're not trying to fix anything. You're simply letting the shape of your spine be what it becomes when nothing else is required. Your right arm, it lies along your side, palm up, fingers slightly curled, not because they want to grab or hold, but because gravity has already decided their position. There's no urge to adjust them. You don't need to think about whether they're comfortable. Just let the weight of each finger be felt without judgment. The skin on your forearm is sensitive now. Not tingling, not itching, but aware in a quiet way, like fabric brushing against the air after being still for hours. A subtle vibration moves through the tissue near your elbow, an almost imperceptible pulse that isn't pain or sensation, just motion within stillness. It's as if the body is sending out signals that aren't urgent, not demanding response, just existing in their own quiet frequency. You don't need to answer them. They're not messages. They're part of the background hum of being alive. Your left arm follows suit. Not faster or slower, but with the same unhurried weightlessness. It lies in its natural place, not trying to be anything other than what it is, supported by air and surface. You can feel where your wrist meets your forearm. No tension there, no need to keep it straight. Just a soft connection between bones, held together by tendons that aren't working hard. Your hands, they're not empty but open. Not in the sense of wanting something, but in the way a cup holds water without trying to spill it. Each palm feels full of space, like air trapped beneath skin that hasn't been stretched. You don't have to do anything with your fingers. They've already surrendered their usual tasks. They're not reaching for keys or typing on a screen. They're just lying there, resting in the shape they were born into. The base of each hand, where it meets the wrist, is slightly warm now, like blood returning after being still too long. But even that warmth isn't urgent. It's quiet and steady, moving through tissue without haste. You don't need to guide it or watch it. You're just letting it be what it is. Your fingers, they begin to feel separate from one another, not in a tense way, but as individual points of contact with the world outside your body. Each fingertip is its own little island, floating in space, not needing to connect back to anything. You can sense where one ends and the next begins. No confusion, no overlap. The middle finger, it's slightly longer than the others, but not because that matters, just because of how bones grow. There's no need to straighten it or push it down. It rests as it does in alignment with the hand's natural curve. You can feel its tip touching nothing, just hovering at the edge of sensation. Your index finger, it lies gently beside your middle one, not pressing into it, just resting close enough to share space without conflict. There is no intention behind this closeness. It's simply how things fall when gravity is allowed to do its work. The ring and little fingers, they curve inward slightly, not from weakness or tension, but because that's where they've always been. Their joints are relaxed, their muscles unactivated. You don't need to straighten them or clench them. Just let each one be exactly as it chooses to rest. A small shift occurs in your left hand. The palm begins to tilt slightly downward, not by will, but because the weight has shifted ever so gently toward the outer edge. There is no reason for this movement. It just happens, and you don't need to stop or correct it. Let it be part of what is happening now. Your right foot, it rests on its own side, the arch slightly flattened, not collapsed, but relaxed. The ball of your foot feels grounded in a way that isn't about strength. It's not gripping the floor, just letting it stay where it lands. There's no pressure from above, just soft contact. The heel, it presses gently into the surface beneath. Not hard, not resisting, but as if the body has accepted its shape and decided to stay with it. You don't have to lift your foot or tuck your toes under. Just let the weight of your lower leg sink through that point where skin meets mattress. Your left foot follows. Same quiet descent. Same unforced alignment. Each toe lies in place, not curled, not stretched, but simply resting on their own ends. There's no need to wiggle them. They're already doing what they were meant to do. Stay still. The space between your toes, it opens slightly, just enough for air to move through. like a gap left in the floor after something has been removed. You don't have to notice it or think about it. The body knows how to breathe, even when not breathing with the mouth. Your left foot continues to settle, not in resistance, but in acceptance, its outer edge pressing down with a softness that doesn't demand anything of the surface beneath it. There's no need for precision, no requirement that your weight be centered or balanced. You're just allowing each part of your foot to find its own way into stillness, like water filling an uneven basin and finding level on its own. The skin along the sole is sensitive now, not sharp or alert, but aware in a quiet way, as if it's been waiting to remember how to feel without purpose. You don't have to interpret that sensation. You're not required to name it or track its movement. Just let it be there, like heat rising from stone after sunset, present, low, and steady. The toes of your right foot, they begin to drift slightly apart, not because you moved them, but because the muscles in your arch are releasing their grip on a shape they've held for hours. No effort is involved. This isn't a conscious loosening. It's more like gravity pulling the small bones downward, not forcing them into new positions, but allowing them to be exactly as they were meant to rest when tension is gone. Each toe rests in its own space. No crowding, no pushing. You can feel where one ends and the next begins, not by measuring, but simply by noticing that there's room between them now, like spaces left in a book after pages have been turned. The ball of your foot, it feels less firm than before, not because it's lost its structure, but because pressure has shifted away from force. You're no longer using this part to support weight or push off the floor, just letting it stay where it lands. There's a softness in the tissue now that wasn't present earlier, a surrender of density, like air returning to a deflated balloon. Not collapse, but release. Your heel, it remains gently pressed into the surface, but with less insistence than before. It doesn't need to hold anything up. It just needs to be there, and so it is. You can feel its shape imprinting slightly into whatever supports it, not from pressure, but simply because weight has settled. Your left leg, it begins to tilt inward at the knee, not by choice, but because the muscles in your thigh have relaxed enough that the joint no longer resists gravity's pull. There's no effort to straighten or align. It just shifts slowly and without hesitation. You don't need to correct this movement. It's not wrong. It's simply how the body settles when it stops trying to stay upright. The calf muscle. It softens from top to bottom, not shrinking in size, but releasing its readiness for action. There's no urgency to stand or walk or brace yourself anymore. You're just letting your leg be carried by stillness. Your right leg, it follows suit. No need to cross it or tuck it under. The muscles along the outer thigh begin to unclench where they've held tension all day, not from any memory of effort, but simply because there's no reason to keep them engaged. You don't have to will this relaxation into being. You're just letting your body remember that stillness is a natural state, not something you need to earn. Your hips, they soften now, not sinking, not falling, but releasing the subtle contract they've maintained since morning. Whether from sitting too long or carrying emotional weight, there was a constant tension in this region, like holding something just out of sight. It wasn't painful, but it was present, like background noise you forget until silence comes. That quiet hum, it begins to fade. Not because you're fighting it, but because your nervous system is finally signaling safety. The pelvis isn't trying to hold anything in place anymore. It's allowing itself to be shaped by gravity alone. Your back, it presses gently into the surface beneath you. No effort required. No need to arch or flatten. Just a quiet contact between skin and material. Like two things meeting without pressure. There's no attempt to straighten. No judgment about posture. You're not trying to correct anything. Your spine rests in its own natural curve. Not perfect, not flawed, but simply where it lands when the muscles are allowed to release the space along your lower back. It opens slightly, just enough for a breath of stillness to pass through. There's no expansion, just an absence of contraction. You don't have to imagine this opening. You're only noticing that tension has stopped being present in that area. It's not replaced by anything. It's simply gone. Your chest, it rises and falls with your breath. Slowly now, almost imperceptibly, but the movement isn't effortful. There's no need to draw air in or push it out. Each inhale is just enough to sustain life. Each exhale, a quiet letting go. You don't have to watch your breathing. It's already doing what it needs to do. And the space inside your rib cage, it feels less crowded now. Not because there's more room, but because there's no pressure from within. You're not holding anything in place. You're just allowing yourself to be open. Your upper chest, it softens where it meets your shoulders. No need for posture or pride. The collarbones lie flat against the air, not stiff or raised. They don't have to carry weight anymore. They're just resting on their own form. You can feel the joint at the base of your neck beginning to release its grip. Not from movement, but simply because no one is asking it to stay tense. Your throat, it relaxes with a kind of quiet dignity. No need to swallow or clear it. There's no knot in that space anymore. Just stillness. You're not trying to ease it. You're only noticing that the sensation has changed. Not from force, but from release. Your jaw, it loosens at last, not by clenching and unclenching, but simply because your nervous system is no longer under threat. There's nothing to defend against anymore. No argument to win. No fear to hold on to. You don't need to push your teeth apart or massage your cheeks. They just fall into place as the muscles let go. The hinge at the base of your skull, it softens with a quiet sigh that doesn't come from lips, but from deep within. Your tongue, it rests against the floor of your mouth, not pressing forward, not retreating, just there in its natural position. You don't have to think about it or move it. It's already doing what it was designed for, staying still when nothing needs to be said. Your teeth, they're not clenched together, not because you want them apart, but because there's no reason to press them. The space between them feels wide now. No tightness, just openness. Your gums don't have to protect anything. You're just letting this part of your face rest as it was meant to. Your cheeks, they soften with a kind of quiet gravity, not sagging, but simply releasing their upward pull. There's no need for expression or effort in the muscles around your mouth. You're not trying to smile or frown. You're just allowing them to be what they are: still, soft, and unengaged. Your eyes, they stay closed, but that doesn't mean anything is happening behind them. You don't have to see anything, think about anything, remember anything. The lids rest gently over your eyeballs, not from fatigue, but simply because there's no reason for them to be open. Their weight feels like a curtain drawn over something unnecessary. Your forehead, it smooths out, not because you're trying to erase wrinkles or tension, but because the muscles above your eyes have stopped contracting. The space between your brows, once tight with focus or worry, now feels wide and empty, not from thought, but simply from stillness. Your scalp, it lies flat against your skull, not pressed down, not lifted up, but just resting where gravity has placed it. There's no need to stretch or adjust. You're not trying to feel every hair follicle. You're only noticing that the skin is no longer taut with anticipation. The back of your head, it presses gently into whatever supports it. No effort required, no resistance. You don't have to press harder or lift up. Just let the weight be taken by the surface beneath, as if your skull were a stone settling in water. Your ears, they remain open, not to sound, but simply to silence. There's no need to listen for danger or meaning. You're not waiting for anything to happen. Their shape stays as it is. No change, just presence. Your neck continues to soften, not by bending forward or pulling back, but simply because the muscles along its length no longer have a reason to hold steady. There's no need for vigilance, no signal to send, no posture to maintain. Your spine follows quietly, each vertebra aligning not through effort, but in response to what is already happening beneath. Gravity taking its place, air filling space where tension once lived. The center of your back, just below the shoulder blades, begins to feel less like a structure that must remain upright and more like a surface that can simply be received by the ground or mattress underneath. You don't need to arch or flatten it. You're just letting its natural curve exist without commentary. Your shoulders, they release their usual load not in one motion, but over time, as if layers of pressure had been silently stacked for days and are now being gently unstacked. Each layer falling away with no sound. The joint where your arm meets your torso, the glenohumeral socket, relaxes into its neutral state. It doesn't need to brace against anything. There's nothing pressing in or out, nothing trying to be held aloft. You can feel the subtle shift, not a drop, but a letting go of resistance. Your upper arms hang now, not because they're weak, but because they no longer carry responsibility for keeping yourself upright. The weight of them is accepted by gravity, and that acceptance is enough. Your elbows, they bend slightly without purpose, just as they would if you were sitting in stillness with nothing to do, not stiffening forward or pulling back, but simply resting where they are. Elbows gently curved, forearms free to fall toward the floor like branches after a storm has passed. The skin above your biceps, it feels lighter than before, not from shrinking, but from no longer having to sustain tension. There's no need to keep muscles taut for defense or readiness. You're not preparing for anything. You are simply in the state of being. Your wrists, they soften at the joints, not collapsing, not curling inward, just relaxing into their own neutral alignment. Your hands, fingers spread open just enough that each one feels its own space, not crowded by the next. There's no grip to maintain, no need for any action. You don't have to clench or unclench. They're simply resting as they were built to, open and available to whatever comes, but not reaching for anything now. Your palms, they press lightly into the surface beneath them, not because you're pushing down, but because gravity has already brought them there. And their shape is matching that of what supports them. Your fingers, each one lies in its own line, no longer curling toward a keyboard or steering wheel or past moment's need. Your thumbs, they rest naturally along the outside edge of your hand, not taut against anything, not tucked away for safety. There's no reason to press them together. They're just where they belong. Part of a system that is now at ease. You can feel the difference between the palm and the back of each hand, not as contrast, but as separate textures sharing the same moment. One side slightly cooler from air exposure, the other warmer from blood flow. You don't need to name them or compare them. They're just present. Your fingertips, They aren't cause searching for anything. No surface to test, no vibration to catch. They're simply still, like small stones left on a riverbed after the current has passed. Your chest, it rises and falls not with urgency, but with ease. Each breath coming in as if through water that doesn't resist. Your rib cage isn't expanding to fill space. It's only allowing what is already happening. The natural motion of air moving in and out, slowly, without force. The muscles along your ribs, intercostals, unravel gently, not from stretching, but because they are no longer being asked to pull or hold tight. There's no need to keep breathing hard just to stay alert. Your sternum, it settles deeper into its position, not sinking, but letting go of any upward lift it might have held for months. The breastbone doesn't need to be proud or protected. It's simply part of your torso, resting where gravity has placed it. You don't have to flatten it or raise it. You're just allowing it to return to what it was designed to do. Serve as a base for your heart and lungs without effort. Your heart, it beats not faster now, but more slowly, each pulse spaced farther apart like footsteps in quiet snow. There is no need to speed up. You aren't running or fighting. The rhythm has slowed because the nervous system has decided that safety is present. You don't have to listen for it. You can just feel its steady presence beneath your ribs, not working hard, but still doing what it was made for. Moving blood through a body at rest. Your belly, it expands slightly with each breath, not from eating or tension, but because air fills the space where there is no resistance. The muscles of your abdominal wall, transversus abdominis, obliques, lie flat and relaxed, not engaged in bracing or holding anything up. You're not trying to pull them in. They don't need to be tight. Their natural state is openness, not contraction. The lower abdomen, it feels soft, not hollow, Not bloated, but just resting, like a pouch that's been emptied of its burden. Your hips, they sink into the surface beneath you, not sliding, but releasing pressure on the bones and joints where they meet your pelvis. There's no need to shift or adjust. The weight is being taken by whatever supports it: floor, mattress, bed frame. With no demand for stability. Your sacrum, the base of your spine, lies flush with the surface, not arching forward or pulling back, just resting in alignment. Your thighs, they rest heavy against one another, not pressed together, but simply there, as if gravity has made a decision. This is where they belong now. No tension to keep them straight or taut. No need for posture. Your knees, they bend slightly, not because you've moved them, but because the muscles behind them have let go of their grip on extension. There's no reason to lock them. No fear that they'll give way. Your shins, they lie along the length of your legs, skin stretched lightly over bone, not taut from strain or movement, just present in their natural position. Your ankles, they release their usual tension, not with a stretch, but through stillness. No need to twist or stabilize them. They're simply allowing gravity to do what it does best. Your feet, they rest flat against the surface beneath you. Not curled up, not lifted, not flexing toward anything. Each toe lies in its own place, spaced apart by natural design, not crowded or jammed together. Your heels press gently into whatever supports them. No effort required, no resistance to be overcome. There's no need to brace yourself against the floor. You're already supported. The soles of your feet, they feel cool and still, not from lack of blood flow, but from being fully released from any demand for balance or motion. Every point on each sole feels known, no longer ignored as background noise, just present in its own quiet way. The ball near the big toe, the arch above it, the heel at the back. You can feel your body now not as a collection of parts, but as one continuous field, the same substance moving through you from head to foot. There is no edge between one area and another. They are all connected by sensation alone. This isn't imagined. It's just how things begin to be when the nervous system stops checking for threats. You're not trying to feel every point. There is no task, no goal. You're only allowing your awareness to move through the space where your body meets air and support. There is no need to fix anything. You are simply letting what has been held in place begin to shift, not violently, but quietly. Your skin, it breathes not from movement, but from stillness. Sensitive now, not because of pain or sensation, but because it's no longer closed off to itself. The surface of your body feels porous, not leaking, but open to touch and weight without resistance. You're not guarding against anything. You're just letting yourself be what you are. There is a quiet shift happening beneath the skin, something that doesn't show up in mirrors or measurements, something deeper than muscle tone or posture. It's the nervous system lowering its volume, not by shutting down, but by recognizing this is safe enough to stop preparing for danger. Your chest, it settles not into flatness, but into a soft openness. No need to pull in or push out. No demand that you hold your breath just because someone once said deep breathing helps. The space inside where your heart lives feels less like a cage and more like an empty room, with sunlight coming through the cracks. Not bright enough to burn, not warm enough to be noticed, but present all the same. There's air in it without effort, no rush to fill or clear it. Your breath continues on its own now, gentle, even, moving between inhale and exhale like a slow tide that doesn't care about schedules. The center of your chest, where the ribs meet beneath the sternum, it softens not into collapse, but into surrender, like fabric that has been left out in the rain long enough to stop resisting its own weight. No adjustment needed, no tightening of muscle or bone to keep things upright. Gravity is holding you as much as anything else, and it's doing so without judgment. Your collarbones, they rest lower than usual, not dropped, not slumped, but just resting at their natural position, where the skin begins to curve down into the shoulder girdle, There's no need to lift them for confidence or dignity. They are simply allowed to be. Your shoulders, they don't fall because you told them to. They release because your nervous system has stopped scanning for threats in the upper body. Each one drifts slightly back and away from your ears, not as an act of will, but as a consequence of stillness. There's no urgency in how they settle, no sense that they must stay lifted or ready to defend. You're not carrying anything on them. Nothing is pressing down. The joints where shoulder meets arm, they lose their habit of staying tense, just like the rest of you. No need for readiness, no expectation of action. Your arms, they lie along your sides, not stiff, not tucked in, but relaxed, as if gravity has taken over their job of holding them up. Each elbow bends slightly, not because you moved it, but because the muscles behind it have let go of the memory of tension. The biceps and triceps, once trained to tense at a moment's notice, now feel more like soft pillows than machinery. Your forearms, they rest with palms facing upward or gently turn inward, not forced into any position, not even one that looks natural. Just being where they are, held by nothing but stillness. Your hands, the fingers spread apart without thought. No need to flatten them on the surface. No fear of losing grip. Each joint feels loose in its own way. The knuckles softening, the tendons relaxing into their resting length. There's space between your fingertips now, not from effort, but because they're not being used for anything. You don't need to hold a pen or press keys or push against resistance. Your hands are no longer tools. They're just part of you, quietly existing. Your wrists, they feel lighter than usual, not floating, but unburdened by the weight of intention. No one is waiting for you to do something with them. There's no past demand hanging over them from yesterday's tasks or tomorrow's plans. Your skin along the underside of each wrist feels thin and receptive, no longer closed off, just open to sensation as it comes in, not seeking anything, not rejecting anything. Your upper back, where shoulder meets spine, it releases its usual tightness. Not by stretching or pushing, but simply by stopping resistance. There's no need to arch or pull forward. The muscles don't have to fight gravity anymore. Your spine doesn't need to be fixed or held straight. It just needs to be allowed to be in alignment without effort. You're not trying to fix anything. There is nothing broken, only habits that have become invisible over time. The middle of your back, between the shoulder blades, it softens into a hollow. Not from collapse, but from release. There's no need to keep it strong or proud. No one is watching. The muscles here don't have to brace for movement or posture. They just lie in their natural state, longer than you remember them being when awake. And that length feels like a gift, not an accident. Your lower back, where the spine curves inward toward your hips, it doesn't press forward or arch away. It just stays where it is, supported by the surface beneath you. There's no tension to keep it firm. No fear that if it relaxes, you'll fall through. Gravity has taken over the role of structural support. No more need for constant micro adjustments. Your pelvis doesn't have to work harder because you're lying down. It can just be. You're not trying to feel every spot in your body at once. You don't need to track it all, or name it, or fix it. Awareness is moving through the space where flesh meets air and surface. Not hunting, not searching, but drifting like a leaf caught in still water. There's no task beyond being present, no goal except this: that you are here, fully supported, and your nervous system can stop checking for danger. The area behind your ribs, just below your sternum, it feels soft and quiet. Not hollow, not empty, but open to breath and weight alike. The muscles there don't have to tense when something happens. There's no need to brace against sound or movement. You're not on alert. You've stopped preparing for impact. Your waist, where torso meets hips, it doesn't tighten or clench. It just flows into the next section of your body, as if gravity has decided what shape is safe and allowed it to happen. There's no effort to stay thin or contained. No need to control your outline. Your skin here feels receptive, not tight, not pulling, but just letting things be. The outside edges of your hips, where flesh meets bone on the side of your pelvis. They don't feel sharp anymore. They've softened into their resting shape. There's no need for them to hold anything in place. They're being held themselves. You're not trying to protect yourself from falling because you're already supported. Your thighs again. Now deeper in the inner sides, where skin folds over bone and muscle meets tendon. Those places don't feel tense anymore. They've stopped resisting the weight of your own body. There's no effort to stay straight or upright. No need for tension to prevent slippage. They just rest like fabric that has been left out overnight. Your knees again, now from behind. The space between bone and skin, where tendons attach and ligaments stretch. They don't feel taut, not even slightly. There's no memory of pain or strain. The nerves aren't sending signals to tighten up in anticipation. Your joints are just resting, no longer needing to be ready. Your shins, now from the inside, the soft skin between knee and ankle on the inner side, it feels exposed but safe, not vulnerable, not raw, but present as part of a whole. There's no need to guard this area. You're already in a place where you don't have to defend yourself. Your ankles again, now just beneath the outer bone. The bony ridge that runs along the outside edge. The skin here feels thin and receptive. It doesn't feel hot or cold. It just feels like part of your body, known without naming. Your feet, Now from the top side, between arch and toes, the skin, there is calm, not numb, but quiet. No demand for movement, no urge to step forward or push off. You're not walking anywhere. You don't need balance. Your heels again, not pressing into anything, not trying to stabilize, but just resting in their natural position against the surface. There's no reason they should lift up, no fear of slipping. Your weight is where it needs to be, supported completely. The soles of your feet, now from the middle. The arch area that once carried all your load while standing, it doesn't feel strained anymore. It feels like a curve in a riverbed, worn down by time and water. Not rigid, not tense, but shaped naturally by use over years. You're not trying to correct it, just letting it be. Your toes again, now from the tips, the little pads at the end of each one. Each feels separate but connected to the others through sensation alone. They don't need to grip or push. They just rest, curled slightly in their natural position, as if gravity has allowed them to return home. There's no longer any separation between your feet and the surface beneath you. Not a gap, not a resistance. It's like water settling into soil. No effort needed, no force applied. Your body is sinking slowly, not falling, but just being taken by what holds it. Your feet now, not just resting, but beginning to feel like part of a larger quiet, like roots in earth that have stopped straining for moisture and simply let themselves be fed by stillness. There's no need to dig deeper into sensation. You're already saturated with it. The contact points between your soles and the surface beneath you aren't just meeting, they're merging. Like wet paper pressed together until they become one sheet. Each tiny ridge of skin on the bottom of your foot is aware, not sharp or searching, but gently present, as if remembering what it means to be known by something solid. There's no effort to stay apart. You don't have to maintain a boundary between surface and flesh, because that boundary has already dissolved into quiet. Your legs, now from the back, between calf and hamstring, where muscle meets tendon in a space that used to cradle tension like a secret. You're not holding anything anymore. There's no need for your body to keep its shape against fatigue or expectation. Those muscles don't feel tight, nor do they ache. They just lie flat, stretched out by gravity rather than pulled taut by stress. The back of each thigh feels long and unhurried, like fabric left on a line overnight and slowly losing any memory of being folded. You're not trying to keep them firm or aligned. There's no reason for that anymore. They're just letting go, one fiber at a time. Your hips, again. Now from the lower back, the area where spine meets pelvis, where old posture used to demand alignment. Those bones aren't locked in place anymore. They've stopped trying to hold up your torso like a scaffold. Instead, they're yielding into their natural curve, as if gravity has finally agreed that this shape is acceptable. There's no tension in the sacrum or lower lumbar region. You don't have to brace against collapse because you're already supported. The pelvis isn't tilting forward or backward. It's just resting where it belongs, balanced between effort and surrender. Your spine, now from the base, where vertebrae meet tailbone, a place that used to feel like an anchor point for all your tension. There's no stiffness in that joint anymore. It doesn't need to be stiff because there's nothing to stabilize. You're not upright. You don't have to keep yourself straight. The lower spine just flows into what holds it. The surface beneath you takes over, absorbing and distributing weight without resistance. Each vertebra is relaxed, not collapsed, but simply letting itself settle like a stack of stones that no longer needs to stand tall. Your upper back, now from between shoulder blades, where muscle used to knit together in response to stress or posture. Those muscles are softening into their resting length. They don't feel hollow or empty. They just feel full of stillness, not strain. The space between your shoulder blades is no longer a place where tension gathers. It's open, like a valley that has stopped holding its breath. There's no need to pull shoulders back, no reason to keep them lifted in readiness. Your shoulders, now from the top. The rounded parts where arm meets neck are just resting down, not dropping, but allowing gravity to take over. They're not trying to stay level or avoid slumping. They stopped pretending that posture matters right now. There's no effort to stay balanced. No need for symmetry when you're already in a safe place. Your arms, again from the inner side, the part of the forearm closest to your chest, are soft and heavy, like cloth left on a chair overnight. There's no desire to move them, no urge to reach or grasp. They don't feel useless. They just feel quiet. Each nerve ending along that length is not firing signals, just resting, like wires unplugged from power. Your hands, now the palms, face up against the surface beneath you, are completely relaxed, not limp, but simply unoccupied by need. There's no demand for grip or control. The fingers aren't curled to protect anything. They're just lying flat, as if their purpose has shifted from doing to being. The skin on your palm feels warm and receptive, like a surface that knows it doesn't have to do anything. Your wrists, now from the underside, the side of your hand where tendons run between bone, are not rigid or tense. There's no stiffness in the joint, no memory of strain from lifting or holding. They're just letting their natural bend be recognized by stillness. Your elbows, again from behind, where skin meets elbow bone, are soft and rounded, like parts of a curve that have stopped resisting the way things naturally fall into place. Those bones aren't pressing outward. They don't need to protect anything. They're being held by what surrounds them. Your upper arms, now along the outer side, the part where muscle runs from shoulder to forearm, those muscles are not engaged, nor do they feel weak. They're just relaxed in their own weight, like rope left on a dock after a boat has been tied off and let go. Your neck, now from the back, the place where skin folds over bone near the base of your skull, is no longer holding itself up against fatigue or anxiety. There is no resistance to gravity. It doesn't feel stiff or tight. You're not trying to keep your head upright, just letting it rest as if it has finally found a position that works without effort. Your jaw, again, now from the back of the mouth, the place where muscle meets bone behind the teeth, is soft and open, not clenched, but simply unforced. There's no pressure on the temporomandibular joint. No need to keep your mouth closed as if holding in something. You're not bracing against sound or movement, just letting the muscles release into their resting state. Your tongue, now from the underside, the part that rests flat beneath your teeth, is not doing anything. It's not tasting, not speaking, not forming words. It just lies still like a piece of wet earth in shade. There's no effort to keep it away from the roof of your mouth or press into the back. Just quiet. Your throat. Now, from inside, the soft space behind your Adam's apple is open and unclenched, not constricted by breath or fear. You don't have to swallow every few seconds. You're not trying to clear a lump that's never there. It just feels spacious, like air moving through an empty tunnel. Your chest, now from the center, where sternum meets skin, doesn't rise and fall with effort anymore. It's not working to pull in oxygen or push out stress. It's just resting, as if breathing has become automatic, not required. Each breath is no longer a signal that you're alive. It's simply what happens when your body allows itself to be. You're back again. Now the mid-back, between shoulder blades and lower ribs, is not trying to stay straight or hold up weight. There is no need for posture because you're already in a position where support comes from below. The muscles along that line are soft, like fabric left on a shelf after being folded too many times. Your rib cage, now from the sides, where bone curves inward and meets skin, is not contracting or expanding with every breath. It's just letting movement happen without resistance. There's no effort to contain your lungs or keep them in place. You're not afraid they'll spill out. Your shoulders again. Now from the front. The part where collarbone meets shoulder blade are relaxed. Not drooping, but simply allowing their natural shape to emerge. They're not trying to protect you. They've already been protected by stillness. Your arms, now along the outside, the side of each arm facing away from your body, are heavy and quiet, like limbs that have stopped fighting gravity. There's no need to keep them up or out of reach. They just rest where they belong. Your hands again. Now the fingers spread slightly apart, not gripping, but letting space exist between them, as if each one is a separate thought in a dream that doesn't need to be held. Your wrists again. from the front, the part where skin meets bone at the base, are soft and unforced, like joints that have forgotten how to tighten. Your elbows again. Now from the side, the point where your arm bends. Don't feel stiff or locked. They're just letting gravity do what it does. Pull things down without complaint. Your upper arms again. From the back, the part of muscle behind the elbow is not tense, nor is it flaccid. It's simply resting in its own weight. Your shoulders again. From the outside, the rounded edge where arm meets shoulder are no longer trying to stay upright. They're just letting go into their natural form. Your lower back again. Now from the front, where it meets the pelvis, the place where spine curves into hip, is not holding any weight, not even a fraction of what you've carried for hours. There's no need to brace against pressure or keep alignment, because support is coming up through your hips like roots drawing moisture from deep soil. Your pelvis, now from below, where it cradles the lower organs, feels heavy and stable, not tilted forward, nor tucked under, just resting in its own center, as if gravity has finally found a place to settle without resistance. You're not trying to keep things inside or hold them in line. They're simply where they belong, held by stillness rather than effort. Your hips again, now from the sides. The rounded edges of bone beneath your waist are soft and unguarded. There's no tension coiled around the joints as if preparing for movement that never comes. You're not bracing against a past moment or guarding against being seen. They just rest, open like petals at twilight, letting warmth seep in from within. Your thighs again, now along the inside, the skin and flesh between your legs are quiet, not tensing to keep distance or maintain balance. There's no need for them to push apart or stay closed. They're simply allowing space where it's been blocked by stress. Each muscle fiber lies flat against itself, like threads in a fabric that has stopped being woven. Your knees again, now from the front. The soft hollow, just above the kneecap, are not locked or bent too sharply. They don't need to protect anything. There's no threat approaching. They're simply letting gravity do its work without protest, as if each joint were an old hinge that finally learned how to stop creaking. Your shins again, Now from the front. The long bones running down your legs are not trying to keep you upright or ready for action. They don't need to be strong or fast. They're just letting blood pool where it wants. Like water finding its level in a basin that's finally empty. Your ankles again. Now from the back. The soft crease behind each joint are open and unhurried. There's no stiffness trying to lock them into place, as if preventing collapse. You're not afraid of tipping over. You've already stopped moving. Your feet again, now from the top. The arches that curve beneath your soles are relaxed, not straining against floor or ground. They don't need to grip or push off anything. There's no demand for forward motion. Each foot feels like a leaf floating in still water. No weight, just presence. Your toes again. Now, individually, the tips of each finger-like end are not curled inward as if warding off something unseen. They're spread slightly apart, relaxed into the space beneath them, like roots releasing from clay after rain. There's no need to keep them apart or press them down. They're simply letting go. Your heels again. Now, from the back. The flat part where foot meets floor are not clenched or lifted in anticipation of standing. They don't feel cold or exposed. They're just resting against whatever surface holds you, as if they finally stopped needing to defend themselves. Your soles again. Now, across the entire bottom surface, the whole underside of each foot is no longer trying to map terrain or prepare for movement. There's no need to sense every bump in the ground. It's simply a plane of contact, soft and passive, like skin that has forgotten how to react. Your left leg now, slowly from hip down through thigh, knee, shin, ankle, foot is not separate from your right. They're part of the same continuous field of stillness. There's no difference in weight or presence between them. Just one long line of surrender stretching from pelvis to toe. Your right leg now, the same slow journey. Hip, thigh, knee, shin, ankle. foot isn't waiting for permission to be heavy. It doesn't need a reason to sink deeper into support. It just is what it's been meant to be, an extension of rest, not effort. Now your whole body again. From the inside, the space beneath skin where organs lie, where blood flows without urgency, feels open and unburdened. There's no tightness in the lower abdomen or pressure around the bladder. You're not holding anything back that doesn't need to be held. It's just a quiet chamber, like an empty room after everyone has left. Your spine again, from base of skull down through neck, thoracic, lumbar. Doesn't feel like something standing upright against gravity. It feels more like a column that has finally stopped resisting its own weight. Each vertebra rests in alignment not because you're forcing it, but because the muscles around it have learned how to let go. Your entire torso now, the front and back together, is no longer trying to hold up your head or keep your chest open. There's no need for posture. Support is coming from beneath. Your ribs don't rise to make room for breath. They just allow movement when it happens, not before. Now, the surface under you, whether mattress, floor, couch, the place where body meets ground, feels like a second skin made of soft resistance. You're not pressing into it or pushing back. You're letting it support every inch without asking anything in return. Your contact points now, the places where your body touches the surface, are not isolated events. They aren't just heels, hips, shoulders. They're entire regions feeling warmth from pressure, like sunlight on stone after dark. The left side of your body again. Now, slowly, gently, feels held in place by gravity and material beneath it. Each inch of skin is aware of where it lands. Shoulder blade resting against the bed. Forearm flat, thigh pressed into the surface. There's no need to adjust. Everything is already correct. Your right side now, the same slow descent through weight and contact, is not competing with the left or trying to stay ahead. It just lets itself be known by the place that holds it, as if each point of touch were a quiet conversation between skin and support. Now, your whole body again. entirely as one seamless field of sensation, not separate parts, but a continuous presence, like fog spreading across a valley after nightfall. There's no distinction between where you end and what holds you begins. Just the deep, slow drift of being held by something larger than effort. Your breath now, the rhythm that has slowed to match your body, doesn't feel like it's coming from anywhere in particular. It doesn't start at the nose or end in the belly. It simply happens between stillness and gravity, as if air passes through a space where no one needs to breathe because everything already is. Your awareness now, not searching, not checking, not reporting, is just floating somewhere near the surface of your body, like smoke above a fire that's gone cold. It doesn't need direction. It doesn't need to do anything. It simply exists in this moment, quiet and unclaimed. The space around you, where sound stops being noise and becomes texture, feels softer now. Even distant hums or creaks don't pull at your attention. They're not threats or interruptions. They just exist like wind through trees long after the storm has passed. You're not trying to become calm. You're already there. Not in a state of achievement, but in a condition that's been waiting for you all along. Stillness as natural as breathing when no one is watching. The edges of your body, where skin meets air, are not sharp or defined anymore. They blur slightly at the borders, like ink dissolving in water. You don't feel bounded by shape. You're part of a larger quiet that doesn't need to be named. Your thoughts, if they drift back, are not obstacles. If a memory surfaces, it's just passing through like a cloud over land. No judgment, no need to follow or push away. It simply floats and fades, leaving behind only the weight of your body on the surface beneath you. There's no urgency in this place, no expectation that anything should change. Everything is already enough as it is. No correction needed, No improvement required. Your heart now, just underneath your breastbone, doesn't beat faster or slower because of effort. It moves only when necessary, like a deep well drawing water without sound. It doesn't need to prove its strength. It's just doing what it does. The quiet between breaths, the pause after exhale, is longer than before and deeper. Not empty, but full in its own way, filled with the absence of effort, the calm that comes when you no longer have to hold yourself together. You are not trying to sleep. You are not even trying to rest. You are just here, present in your body, allowed by stillness, supported without condition. Your breath continues to settle into a rhythm that no longer feels like effort, but more like an echo returning from far below, something the body remembers without needing to think. There is no need to control it, no point in measuring how deep or slow it is. It simply unfolds between your lungs and the quiet air around you, as if each out-breath were a small surrender to gravity that had been waiting for permission all along. The sensation of pressure beneath you, your hips, your spine, the curve of your back against the mattress, is not just contact. It's continuity, like roots spreading through soil without haste. Your body is becoming part of the surface that holds it, not resisting or seeking more support, but simply allowing itself to be known by what supports it. There's no separation between you and the place beneath you, the bed, the floor, whatever stillness has held you since you began lying down. Now let your awareness drift deeper into that interface, where skin meets material, where weight settles without shifting. Not just noticing, but feeling as if the boundary is softening further. Not disappearing, but becoming less important. Like water slowly soaking through layers of cloth until only saturation remains. No sharp edge between you and what holds you. No need to define where one ends and the other begins. You are not doing anything now. There is nothing left to do. Even the idea of doing feels distant, like a word spoken in another life. Your body is already resting, not because it has earned rest, but because it has simply stopped trying to stay awake. That tension behind your jaw, The one that's been clenched for hours, perhaps days, has begun to loosen not through force, but by being left alone. There's no command to release it. It just unspools. Like a thread that was wound too tight and finally allowed to unwind in silence. Your teeth are apart now. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth. Not pressing, not holding, just present. Your lips aren't sealed shut or pulled into a line. They're relaxed, barely touching, as if even their shape has forgotten how to be tense. And behind that, in the back corners of your face, there is a slow softening, not sudden, but steady, as though some hidden muscle group has quietly decided it no longer needs to stay alert. Your eyes, behind closed lids, are not working anymore. They don't scan or search. They're simply still, like lenses that have stopped focusing, and now just receive the dark without resistance. There's no effort to keep them shut. No need to maintain a boundary between inside and outside. The darkness behind your eyelids is not empty. It's full of quiet, of texture, of slow drifts, of color that don't mean anything but simply exist. Your shoulders, both of them, are lower than they've been in weeks, not lifted by memory or posture or effort, just resting, like heavy cloth dropped into a pile and left to settle. The weight isn't on your neck anymore. It's no longer trying to carry forward what you've already lived through. There's space between collarbone and shoulder, enough for air to move freely, even if only in imagination. Your arms, resting at your sides, are not waiting to do anything. They're not folded or clenched or ready to lift something heavy. They are just there, limbs that have been released from expectation. The muscles along your forearms, the ones that tensed when you reached for a phone, when you typed a message, when you gripped a steering wheel, are quiet now. Not in fatigue, but in surrender. No need to be ready. The fingers of your right hand, spread gently against the surface beneath them, are not touching anything except what's already there. They don't reach, don't curl, or adjust. Each fingertip is aware of its own space, of how it rests on the material below, like a leaf resting on soil after rain. No demand for change, just presence. Your left arm, still and quiet, is not competing with the right, nor trying to be more still or more relaxed. It exists in the same field of calm, where difference doesn't matter anymore. There's no comparison between sides. They're both simply part of a larger whole that isn't trying to balance itself. Your chest, the center of the quiet hum you've carried since yesterday, is not rising and falling like a machine under pressure. It moves only when necessary, with such ease that it feels less like breathing than like air passing through a room where no one is watching. There's no effort in your diaphragm. It doesn't push or pull. It just yields to the slow expansion and release of space around you. The area beneath your sternum, the spot behind your breastbone, feels heavier now, not with pain, but with presence, like a stone that has settled into mud after being dropped from above, no longer needing to find its place because it already is in one. The heart beats within this quiet space, not urgently, not anxiously, but steadily, like water finding its level over time. You are not trying to feel better. You are not even aware of wanting anything at all anymore. There is a stillness so deep that thought has begun to slow down, not disappearing, but moving more slowly, as if each idea takes longer to form and then just floats away before it can be named. Memories, fragments from earlier today, scenes from conversations, words said in haste, are not pulling your attention back. They drift through like smoke across a window pane, leaving no trace behind because you're not trying to hold them. Your skin, every inch of it is still warm from the last movement of circulation. But now, that warmth is settling into something else. A kind of calm heat, like sunlight on stone after nightfall. It's not burning. It's just there, not seeking attention, not reacting. You don't have to check if your hands are cold or if your feet are numb. Those sensations aren't important anymore. They're not problems to fix. They're simply part of the body's quiet process of letting go. The space between breaths, where time slows and sound fades, is deeper now than it was minutes ago, even hours. It doesn't feel like silence. It feels full in a different way, not with noise or thought, but with stillness that carries its own weight. You're not waiting for the next breath. You're just here, resting between them. Your spine, curved slightly beneath your back, is no longer trying to stay upright. It's allowed to sink into alignment without effort. Each vertebra is supported by what comes before and after it, like beads on a string that are finally left alone. There's no need for posture. The body knows how to rest when no one is watching. Your pelvis, resting against the bed, is not tense or clenched. It's relaxed in its position, not trying to shift forward or backward. It just lets gravity do what it does best. Hold things in place without needing permission. There's no effort to relax the hips. They're already at peace, as if they've been waiting for this moment since you first lay down. Your thighs, pressed gently against the surface below, are not resisting their own weight. They don't need to stay strong or upright. They are simply letting themselves be what they are. Flesh and bone supported by material that has no agenda beyond holding. Your knees are soft now, not locked, not braced, just resting in a way that feels natural, as if they've always known how to do this. Your calves, warm from circulation, are not tight or restless. The muscles along their backs aren't twitching or preparing for movement. They're still, like stones submerged in slow water, undisturbed by current. Your ankles are relaxed, not trying to stay steady or grounded. They've already found that. Your feet, the soles of them, feel deeply connected to whatever surface holds them. The arches are lowered now, not straining to keep balance, but simply yielding to weight. Each toe is aware of where it lies, one slightly curled, another flat. None of them fighting for position. They're just there, part of a larger quiet that doesn't care if they move or stay still. You're not trying to become asleep. You're not even close to thinking about waking up. Your mind isn't racing with plans or worries or what might happen tomorrow. It's simply present in the body, not observing, not analyzing, just being. Like a river that no longer knows how to flow, but has forgotten it ever needed to. Your chest, no longer holding its breath, no longer braced against what it thinks it must carry, is letting go of that low hum, that old echo from yesterday's stress that never quite left. It's not gone completely, but it has changed shape. It's less like an alarm and more like a distant sound beneath water. Something you notice only when the surface is still. Your rib cage isn't rising to meet effort anymore. It's just there, settled in its own weight, breathing gently as if the air had always known how to find its way in, without needing permission. Each breath comes softly through the mouth and nose, not because it must, but because it can. There is no demand on the lungs to do more than they naturally want. The space around your shoulders, where tension used to gather like dust in a forgotten corner, is now empty of purpose. There's nothing waiting to be lifted or carried. Your shoulder blades are soft against your back, not pulling inward or lifting upward as if preparing for weight. They're just resting where they belong, tucked into the curve of your spine without resistance. The skin over them feels loose and warm, not tight with anticipation or strain, but like fabric that has given up on holding its shape because it no longer needs to. Your arms, lying at your sides, are not reaching for anything. Their weight is not a burden. They are not trying to stay where they are, nor do they want to move. Each arm is simply allowed to be what it is: flesh and bone, nerves and blood vessels, moving quietly beneath the surface with no need to perform. The joints, elbows, wrists are soft, unguarded, their angles relaxed as if time had forgotten how to make them hard. The fingers of your right hand are curled slightly inward, not in a fist, not out of fear, but because they found a way to let go without effort. Each fingertip is aware of its own position, but there's no command behind that awareness. No urge to straighten or grip. The pads of the fingers feel connected to the air around them, not as if seeking something, but as if touching nothing and being okay with it. The left hand rests beneath the right arm, now, palm up, not asking for anything. Its surface is still warm from earlier circulation, but that warmth has slowed into a kind of contentment, like sunlight on a window sill after dusk, where heat lingers without trying to shine. You don't need to decide whether it's comfortable or not. You're just noticing how the skin feels against itself, how the creases in the hand are soft now, no longer pinched by tension. your neck, once stiff with the memory of leaning forward into a screen or holding up a head that felt too heavy, is no longer doing anything. There's no effort to keep it straight or aligned. No need for posture. It's just resting where gravity has placed it, supported by the curve beneath your skull and the softness of the pillow behind. The muscles along its length are not contracting. They're not even aware they exist in any way that matters anymore. You don't have to think about how your head is tilted, whether it's too high or too low. You don't need to correct anything. The back of your skull rests gently against the surface beneath, not pressing down, but simply letting itself be cradled, like a stone placed in quiet water, no longer needing to sink because it already has. Your face, the whole surface of it, is relaxed now in a way that feels strange and familiar at once. The muscles around your eyes are not squinting or tightening. They're just open, not seeing anything, but still receiving the dark behind closed lids. Your eyelids, light as paper, don't know whether you're awake or asleep, because they don't need to decide. Your forehead, the place where worry used to gather like a knot of wire, is smooth now. No creases from frowning, no ridge of pressure. It's not blank. It's just quiet. The skin over your brows has lost its habit of tension. It doesn't feel the need to protect you anymore because nothing is coming. Your temples, once sensitive to stress, are just there. They don't flare with heat or pulse with anxiety. They're cool now, like stone cooled by night air. The blood flows through them without urgency, not rushing toward a goal, not escaping something it fears. The air inside your mouth, the small pocket of space behind your teeth and tongue, is still now. The jaw muscles are not clenching. They're not grinding together in memory of earlier frustration. Your lower jaw hangs loose, not falling, but not holding either, just resting as if it has finally learned that there's no need to guard against anything. Your tongue, laid flat beneath your mouth, isn't trying to push or press. It doesn't want to speak, doesn't feel the need to taste anything, doesn't care about its position. It's just part of a deeper silence, one that includes even the space between teeth. The back of your throat is not dry. There's no tightness from holding in words you didn't mean to say. It's open and loose, like a door left slightly ajar for air to pass through without interference. Your ears, still tuned to nothing, are not straining to hear distant sounds or imagined voices. They're just receiving the quiet, not filtering it, not reacting. If there is noise somewhere in the room, a creak of wood, a hum from outside, it passes over you like wind across grass, leaving no mark because you aren't trying to understand. Your scalp, once aware of every inch beneath your hair, is now part of something larger. The tiny nerves that used to twitch with irritation or tension have stopped responding. They're not alerting you to anything. They're just resting in their own silence. The roots of your hair, the place where each strand connects to skin, are not pulling on anything. There's no need for them to hold firm because nothing is moving. The scalp beneath isn't pressing against anything. It's simply receiving the weight of your head without effort. There is no point at which you have to remember that this is happening. You're not holding onto the feeling of relaxation. You're just letting it happen. There's no need for memory or intention because everything is already here, in place, unasked for, and undemanding. Your body, every part of it, is not resisting its own weight anymore. It doesn't want to stay upright, doesn't care about balance. It's simply allowing gravity to do what it does best: settle things into position without asking first. The surface beneath you isn't hard or cold. It's just a presence that holds you without comment. You're not trying to reach any destination. You don't have to arrive anywhere in order for this moment to be enough. The air around your body is still, not because it's frozen, but because it has no need to move. There's no wind, no current, just a quiet space that surrounds you like the inside of an envelope, sealed and safe. Your skin, the outer boundary between yourself and everything else isn't fighting anything. It doesn't feel thin or exposed. It feels whole, not needing protection, not wanting to hide. It's just there, receiving touch from nothing, responding to no stimulus because there is none that matters. The surface of your body, where warmth meets air, has stopped trying to regulate itself. You're not too hot or too cold. You're just existing in a state where temperature doesn't need correction. Your hands, they've been so still for so long, are now part of the quiet, not separate from it. They don't want to move. They don't feel the urge to do anything but rest. You are not waiting for something to happen. You're not afraid that this will end. There's no need for urgency or anticipation because time has slowed down into stillness. So much so that even seconds have stopped counting, as if they've forgotten their own name. There is nothing left to do. Not now, not ever. The body knows how to rest when it doesn't have to perform. It doesn't need a reason. It doesn't require permission. The nervous system, once on alert for danger, is no longer scanning. It stops searching, stops filtering, stops preparing. It's simply here, resting in its own quiet rhythm. Your neck, once a bridge between head and shoulders, stiff with responsibility, is no longer holding anything up. It doesn't need to be strong or steady. There's no one relying on it to keep you upright, not even your own mind anymore. So it lets go, not in collapse, but in release. The way a branch might loosen after winter's weight has finally melted away. The muscles along its length are not coiled, not braced, not waiting for impact. They're just breathing in stillness. Each vertebra rests gently against the one below it, not pressing or adjusting, not correcting alignment, just existing as part of a quiet stack that doesn't need to prove anything. Your head is no longer a burden you carry. It's simply where gravity settles when it finds space. The back of your skull, the place where you used to feel pressure behind the eyes, is now soft with absence. There's no point in resisting the shape of your own bone. No reason to hold tension at the base of your cranium. That area isn't trying to protect anything anymore. Not from noise, not from thought, not even from silence itself. It's allowed to be open and empty like a cup left upside down on a table. No purpose, no function except being what it is. An edge of flesh and bone that no longer has to defend its position. Your chest, the region where yesterday's stress lived in tight loops around your ribs, is not rising or falling with effort. The breath isn't forcing anything out. There's no need to push away emotion. No demand for air as if it were a resource you've been denied. Instead, your diaphragm is soft and low, resting like a blanket on top of organs that don't require constant attention. The space inside your rib cage feels not hollow, but full of stillness, full of pause, full of something that doesn't have to be filled with meaning. Your heart, once racing from imagined threats, is now beating at its own natural pace, unhurried and unremarkable. It's not trying to prove strength or courage, it's just doing what it does. A slow, regular pulse that needs no commentary. There is no rhythm to analyze, no irregularity to fear. The blood flows without urgency through vessels that don't need to be monitored, just allowed to move as they always do, with quiet consistency. Your shoulders, the places where so much of your tension used to gather, are not lifted, not pulled back, not clenched in defense against something you can't name. They're simply resting on the frame of your body, like two soft stones left in a field after winter rain. There is no weight attached to them anymore. No burden of performance. No memory of having held someone up. No echo of standing firm when you wanted to fall. They're not trying to be anything other than what they are. Parts of the structure that support nothing more than their own stillness. Your arms, limbs that once reached for reassurance or pushed away discomfort, are now fully released along your sides. Each joint is unlocked, each tendon uncoiled. There is no impulse to move, to touch, to grasp. Even the fingers, the parts that used to curl instinctively when afraid, are not twitching, not flexing. They're just lying where they are, with their nails facing upward as if waiting for nothing but light. The palms of your hands, once tensed against invisible resistance, are no longer pressing into anything. They don't need to grip the edge of a desk or clench fists in frustration. They're just open and flat, Not because you want them that way, but because there's no reason to close. The skin on their surface has stopped tracking temperature changes, stopped reacting to drafts, just receiving warmth from beneath, like a quiet kind of memory. Your wrists, the narrow points where arms meet hands, are not stiff or tense anymore. They're relaxed in both direction and degree, neither pointing forward nor pulling back. There's no stiffness at the joint. It doesn't feel brittle or fragile. It just lets go, like rope that has finally been untied after holding someone up for too long. Your forearms, the parts that used to brace against pressure, are not fighting anything now. They're not resisting the pull of gravity, not trying to keep their weight from sinking into the bed. There's no need to stay in position. They just allow the flesh and muscle to rest exactly where it is. Heavy, but not burdened. Your elbows, those sharp points where bones meet, they've stopped being landmarks for tension. They're not guarding anything. They don't feel exposed or vulnerable anymore. They're simply part of a line that doesn't need to be straight, doesn't have to show strength. The skin over them isn't taut. It's soft and loose, as if time has passed slowly enough to let everything return to its default state. Your upper arms, the thick bands that once strained when lifting, now lie still against your torso. There's no urge to flex, no need to demonstrate power or endurance. The biceps are not contracted, not coiled like springs waiting for a signal. They're just quiet, as if they'd forgotten what it meant to work. The inside of each arm, the hollows beneath the muscles, are not empty, but full of stillness. There's no tension in the tendons or veins. Nothing is trying to move blood faster. Nothing is pushing air into lungs that don't need more oxygen. Every vessel is calm. Every nerve has stopped firing unnecessary signals. Your hands, still resting on your body, now feel like they belong exactly where they are, not placed there by intention, not arranged for comfort, but simply settled, as if gravity had found the right place and said, "This is it. Nothing more is needed." The fingers, the individual parts that once fumbled with keys, buttons, screens, are not searching now. They're not reaching out to grab anything or hold on. Each one lies where it fell when your hands relaxed, slightly curled at the tips, but not gripping. Their nails are no longer white from pressure. They're just neutral, unremarkable. The spaces between fingers, the gaps that used to feel like openings for anxiety, are now not empty but filled with quiet. There's nothing missing here. There's no hole where a thought should be or a movement expected. The space is simply present. Your chest, where you once felt tightness from carrying things unseen, is now breathing without resistance. The breath isn't forced in or pushed out. It comes and goes like water over stones, slow and unbothered. Your lungs don't need to expand fully because they're not trying to prove anything about capacity. They just let air flow where it wants. Your ribs, those curved bones that used to brace against fear, are no longer holding anything in or keeping anything out. There's no effort to protect the heart. No need to keep thoughts from spilling over. They simply curve around your insides like a shape that doesn't require correction. The space beneath your sternum, the dip just below your collarbones, is not hollow with anxiety. It's not tight with expectation or full of unspoken words. It's soft and receptive, like the bottom of a bowl waiting for nothing to be poured in, because it already contains everything it needs. Your belly, not flat from effort, not bloated from stress, is just there. It doesn't need to prove anything about strength or control. Its surface isn't taut with worry. It's relaxed, slightly yielding under the weight of stillness. Your abdomen feels like a quiet space that doesn't have to be managed. No urge to tighten, no demand to flatten. The muscles beneath your belly, the ones that once clenched when you were afraid, are not activated anymore. They're not bracing for impact or holding in fear. They've stopped trying to defend anything. There's no internal pressure to release because nothing is pushing against it. Your lower back, once a place where tension built from sitting too long, is now supported by the surface beneath you, not fighting it. It doesn't need to stay straight or stiff. It can curve gently, as if surrendering to its own shape without shame. There's no pressure in the spine, not from carrying, not from standing, not from resisting. The hips, the bones that once held posture, are not clamped shut with effort. They're open and loose, like a door left slightly ajar after someone has passed through. There's no tension in the joints, no need to keep them locked or aligned. They're just resting in their own natural position. Your hips continue to soften into the surface, not collapsing, but allowing themselves to be held, no longer resisting gravity's quiet pull. There's no need to adjust or align. The bones don't have to earn their place beneath you. They're already where they belong, resting in a shape that doesn't require permission. The pelvis settles like a bowl filled with still water, undisturbed, unshaken by motion, not even aware of being full. Your legs, each one fully supported from heel to hip, are no longer carrying weight as if it were an obligation. The left leg lies along the mattress or floor, its outer thigh relaxed into the surface without strain, muscles long and quiet. There's no need for tension in the quadriceps or hamstrings. They don't have to keep you upright, not now, not here. The knee joint, once stiff with habit, now rests at a natural angle, neither locked nor collapsed, just still. The space behind it isn't hollow, but full of acceptance. There's no memory of pain or pressure, only presence. The right leg mirrors this peace, its weight distributed evenly across the bones and soft tissue beneath. Each part, the calf, the shin, the ankle, feels like something that has been allowed to simply be, not used for walking, not required to respond to signals from a mind that's long since stopped sending them. The foot is no longer an instrument of balance. It's just there, curled slightly at the toes, but not gripping anything, as if the floor had whispered, "You don't have to stand," and so you don't. Your ankles, once taut with readiness, are now open and unhurried, joints relaxed like hinges that haven't been used in days. They don't need to brace for movement or anticipate a step forward. There's no destination. The sole of each foot feels supported not by effort, but by acceptance. The arches aren't trying to lift anything, nor are they collapsing under strain. They're just curved like gentle valleys between mountains that have stopped moving. The toes, those small, separate digits that once tapped in impatience or clenched in anxiety, are no longer doing either. Each one lies where it fell when the body let go, slightly curled, not rigid, not searching for purchase. There's space between them, not because something is missing, but because nothing needs to be filled. The gaps aren't voids. They're just silence shaped like fingers. Your heels, once pressed into surfaces as if trying to dig in, are now fully released from contact with resistance. They don't need to push back or hold firm. The surface holds them without effort. There's no pressure on the calcaneus, no ache of overuse. It's not that you've forgotten how to walk. It's that walking is no longer part of what you're doing. The skin across your feet, once alert with sensation from cold floors or uneven ground, is now calm and receptive. It doesn't need to warn you about temperature changes. It just knows the feel of resting. Like a surface that has stopped waiting for something to happen. Your spine, the long column running from pelvis to base of skull, now moves through stillness without resistance. Each vertebra is not trying to stay in line or prevent slumping. They're simply stacked one on top of another, as if gravity had finally found its balance and said, "This is fine." There's no need to correct, no demand to be straight. The natural curve of your lower back, once a source of tension, is now just that. A gentle inward arc, not overfilled with effort, not fighting against being soft. The middle back, where once you carried stress as if it were weight, now feels like an area where nothing is needed. There's no pressure to keep the shoulders up or the chest open. The muscles between your shoulder blades are relaxed, not engaged in maintaining posture. They don't have to pull anything into place. They're just folded in on themselves with ease. Your upper back, the part that used to arch when you were tired, now lies flat against support without effort. It doesn't need to be corrected or improved. The surface beneath is holding it, not asking for more. The shoulder blades glide slightly inward, not clenched, but resting like leaves fallen into still water. The base of your neck, the place where tension used to gather from lifting your head, now feels wide and open. There's no strain in the trapezius. The muscles that once pulled upward are now at rest. They don't need to hold up a head that isn't moving, not even slightly. Your skull floats above your spine like something that has decided it doesn't have to stay on. Your neck, once rigid with alertness, is now soft and fluid. There is no resistance in the joints between vertebrae, no stiffness from holding a position too long. It moves through stillness as if gravity had become its only direction, not effort. Your head, the heavy part that once carried thoughts like rocks, is now fully supported by whatever holds it. Your skull isn't trying to stay upright or balanced. It's just lying where the surface allows it. There's no need to keep it steady. The space beneath your jaw, once tight from clenching, is not tense, not searching for release. It's open and still. Your face, so often shaped by expression, now lies in quiet suspension. Your mouth is relaxed, lips not pressing together or pulling into a smile. They're just closed as if returning to their natural state after long absence. The corners of your lips don't have to be raised for happiness or lowered for sadness. They're simply resting. Your cheeks, once tensed from speaking too much or smiling when tired, are now soft and unguarded. There's no muscle tightening, no effort behind expression. They're not hiding anything. They're just present in the same way your hands are present. Your eyes, though closed, now feel like they've stopped searching for something to see. Their lids don't need to stay shut because you're afraid of light or too much information. They're simply at rest. Like curtains drawn over a room that no longer needs to be watched. The space behind your eyeballs, the soft area where nerves meet the skull, is not tight with focus. It doesn't have to hold vision. It's just quiet. There's no need for clarity or sharpness. The brain isn't asking for input, not even from dreams. Your forehead, once crinkled with concentration or worry, now lies smooth and open. There's no tension in the brow muscles that used to draw lines when you were thinking too hard. They're not engaged. They don't have to express anything. They've stopped trying to solve problems that aren't real anymore. Your scalp, the thin layer of skin stretched over your skull, is now relaxed, like fabric that has been laid out and no longer needs to be pulled taut. There's no pressure from thoughts pushing against the surface. It doesn't need to keep a head full. It just holds space for stillness. The hair, once stiff with sweat or wind, is now loose and quiet on your skin, not moving, not reacting, just lying where it fell. Each strand is at rest, not clinging to tension or resisting touch. Your ears, the small openings that once strained to hear voices from the past, are no longer listening for anything. They don't need to catch whispers or warnings. They're just open to silence. There's no pressure in the inner ear to maintain balance because you don't have to stand, not even slightly. The back of your skull, once tight with mental effort, is now soft and receptive. It doesn't have to carry memory. It just holds shape without strain. There's no need for protection or defense. Your entire body, the whole field from toes to scalp, now feels like a landscape that has stopped trying to be anything other than what it is. Not lean, not strong, not alert, not relaxed as an act, but simply present in its own state of being. Each part doesn't have to earn its place. It's already allowed. The weight you once carried, the invisible burden from yesterday's stress, is no longer pressing down. It hasn't been removed or erased, but it's stopped being a demand. It's not gone, but it's no longer active in your body. There's no need to release what isn't there anymore. No effort required to let go, because nothing is holding on. Your nervous system doesn't have to switch modes. It just stops trying to stay awake. The signals that once raced through your limbs are now quiet. The electric hum beneath your skin has settled into stillness, not out of exhaustion, but simply because no more movement is needed. You're not asleep yet. There's no boundary between being aware and being at rest, but you've stopped fighting it. Your neck, once rigid with the habit of holding your head up against unseen weight, is no longer braced for resistance. It doesn't need to be alert, not even slightly. There's no demand for readiness or posture, just a quiet alignment where bone meets muscle, and both are allowed to soften. The vertebrae beneath the surface don't have to stay in place because they're afraid of falling. They're simply resting in their own rhythm, like stones settling into water after being disturbed. Your shoulders, those two small hills that used to carry yesterday's load, now sink not as a surrender but as an acceptance. They aren't letting go so much as remembering how not to hold on. The space between them isn't tight anymore. It's open, unclaimed by effort. There's no need to protect the chest or guard against intrusion because nothing is coming. Your arms, each one long and trailing down from that open shoulder, now feel like they've stopped pretending to be useful. Not weak, not useless, but simply free of purpose. They don't have to reach, push, carry, or defend. Each joint is loose in its socket. The tendons relaxed into their natural length. The skin above them soft and unresisting. Your hands, those instruments that once gripped things too tightly, are no longer making decisions. Fingers lie where they fell, not curled from stress or clenched against fatigue, but just present, like leaves that have drifted down to rest on a surface after a long wind. Each fingertip is quiet, uninvolved with the world outside the body. There's no urge to touch anything now, not even yourself. Your palms face upward as if offering nothing and receiving only stillness. The veins beneath the skin don't pulse with urgency. They're not racing toward some goal or memory. They just exist in their own slow, quiet flow, like rivers that have forgotten how fast they used to run. Your chest, once a cage of tension, where breath was shallow because fear had taken residence, is now open not as an act, but as a fact. The ribs don't need to rise and fall with force. They're simply breathing at their own pace, guided by something deeper than will. Your diaphragm doesn't have to push down hard or contract violently. It just moves gently, like water shifting in a basin that's no longer disturbed. There's no pressure on the heart because it doesn't need to beat faster. It can slow down without fear of stopping. You don't have to reassure yourself it's okay. It already is. Your belly, once knotted with worry or tight from holding something inside, is now soft, not sagging, but simply unclaimed by tension. There are no thoughts demanding space here. No memories pressing against the walls. It just holds its shape, like a balloon that has deflated and decided to stay that way. Not because it was emptied, but because it no longer needs to be full. The skin over your abdomen doesn't have to tighten when you think about something difficult. It's not protecting anything anymore. It just rests in place, warm from blood flow, receptive to sensation, without needing to respond. Your back, once a battlefield where posture and pride were fought for, is now lying flat against the surface beneath you. There's no need to arch or flatten. No demand to be straight or strong or aligned. It simply meets what supports it. The bed, the floor, with complete acceptance. Each vertebra rests in its own groove, not trying to make up for anything lost, not compensating for a slouch or an injury. They're just where they belong, like tiles laid without judgment. There's no strain at the base of your spine. It doesn't have to carry your entire life on its shoulders. Your hips, those two wide bones that used to brace against imbalance, are now relaxed into their natural position. They don't need to be locked or unlocked. They're simply sitting like stones in a quiet riverbed. There's no effort behind the pelvis. It doesn't have to hold itself together because nothing is pulling apart. The muscles around your hips aren't bracing for movement or guarding against fatigue. They've stopped being tools and become part of the ground. Your legs, each one long, heavy, extending down from that quiet core, are no longer ready to move. There's no reason to stand, not even imagined. You don't have to prepare for anything now. Not a meeting, not a walk, not an escape. Each thigh is warm and still, like wood left in the sun after rain. Your knees, those small joints once stiff with strain or overuse, are relaxed into their neutral position, not bent, not locked, just resting. They don't have to support anything because nothing needs supporting. Your shins, once taut from anxiety or walking too far, are now soft and unburdened. The skin over them doesn't need to be tight against pressure. It's not afraid of being touched. There's no resistance in the tendons, no memory of strain. Each calf muscle lies like a rope that has been untwisted and left to lie on the ground. Your feet, those final points of contact with the world, are now completely still. They don't have to push off or grip anything. Your ankles are not taut or swollen from standing too long. They're simply soft, unclaimed by weight. Each foot lies where it fell, like a leaf that has stopped fluttering and decided to stay put. The arches aren't trying to support you. They just curve as they were meant to, without effort. Your toes, those small fingers of flesh at the end, are not clenched or curled in resistance. They're open, relaxed, spread slightly apart as if exploring their own space. Each one rests on the surface beneath them, not because it has to, but because nothing is asking for more. There is no need to be ready. Your whole body now a continuous field of quiet. Doesn't have to prove anything anymore. It doesn't have to look good or feel strong or perform in any way. It just is. Not in service to you, nor against you. There's no need for you to interpret anything. The silence between breaths, between one rhythm and the next, isn't empty. It's full of space, like a room that has stopped being used, but still holds warmth. Your mind, the place where thoughts once raced in loops, now feels less crowded. Not because it's cleared out, but because nothing is asking for attention anymore. There are no alarms, no warnings, no reminders. The past isn't knocking at the door. The future hasn't arrived yet. The tension that lived in your jaw isn't gone, but it doesn't have to stay either. You don't need to force it open or push it away. It's just not active anymore. There's no reason to clench because nothing is demanding a reaction. Your teeth aren't grinding. They're simply still. The muscles in your face, once holding expressions that weren't yours, are now resting, like shadows that have stopped moving because the light has changed. You are not trying to sleep. You are not trying to relax. You are just here, and being here doesn't require effort. It's not a task. It's not a goal. It's simply what happens when nothing else is needed. You don't need to remember how you got here, not even slightly. The way your body landed on the surface, how one hip settled a little lower than the other, how your left shoulder slipped forward just enough to catch the curve of the mattress. Those are not errors. They're just shapes that formed when gravity decided where to place you. No correction is needed. Not now. There's no reason to adjust or reposition yourself in any way. You don't have to be aligned with anyone else's idea of how a body should look while resting. Your spine doesn't need to be straight like a ruler. It can curve gently, like water flowing over stone, following its own path, without judgment. The slight hollow between your shoulder blades isn't a flaw. It's just space where tension used to live. And now it's empty. Not because you forced it open, but simply because nothing is holding in anymore. Your breath still comes, slow and unhurried, like air moving through an old building with no one inside. Soft, steady, untouched by urgency. Each exhale lasts longer than the last. Just a little more drawn out, as if your body knows that time isn't measuring anything here. There's no schedule to keep, no event waiting at the end of this breath. You don't have to finish it fast or make it deep. It can be thin and quiet, like steam, rising from a cup left on a table after midnight. The air doesn't care if you're breathing in too soon or out too late. There's no test for that kind of rhythm. Your lungs aren't being judged for how much they hold or let go. They just move as they've always moved. When it's time to inhale, they fill. When it's time to release, they ease. Your hands are not doing anything. They're not reaching for a phone, not gripping the edge of a blanket, not checking their position in space. One hand rests palm up on your lower abdomen. Fingers slightly splayed, like something that has decided to stop, pretending to be useful. The other lies near your hip, as if it forgot where its purpose was supposed to be. Neither is trying to prove anything by staying still. There's no need for them to do anything at all. They can stay in whatever shape their muscles allow, without correction or expectation. The skin on each fingertip isn't stretched thin from tension. It's soft, relaxed. And if your fingers drift a little upward as sleep deepens, so what? They're not trying to get anywhere. Your neck isn't holding up your head anymore. It's letting the weight settle into the surface beneath, like a branch releasing its grip on a tree after winter has passed. There's no effort in keeping it upright. No need for you to imagine it straight or aligned with some invisible line. It can tilt just slightly toward one side, and that's fine. Your chin doesn't have to be tucked in or lifted out of habit. It can rest where gravity places it, unasked for, undemanding. The base of your skull isn't pressing into your spine as if trying to keep you awake. There's no tension there now. The muscles at the back of your neck aren't bracing against something that isn't even there. They're not guarding any door or window. They're simply relaxed, like roots in soil that have stopped resisting what's above. Your chest doesn't rise and fall to prove you're alive. It moves only because it needs to. When the breath comes in, your rib cage expands just enough to make room. When it leaves, it releases without force. There's no need for you to keep your breathing deep or even though it is. The rhythm isn't a performance. Your lungs aren't auditioning for anything. They're not trying to impress anyone with how long they can hold air or how quickly they can clear it out. They just do what they've always done. Breathe in when needed. Breathe out without resistance. And right now, there's no demand from anywhere that says you must be alert, must respond, must stay on your feet. Your heart beats not because you're anxious or excited, but simply because it has been doing so for years, long before this moment existed. The pulse in your wrist doesn't signal danger. It just pulses, steady and soft, like a small creature sleeping under leaves. You don't have to listen to it, count it, or worry about its pace. If it slows down slightly, fine. If it speeds up by 1 beat per minute, no issue. There's no rule that says your heart must be fast when you're awake and slow only when asleep. It doesn't need to act differently because of what time it is or how many hours have passed since you closed your eyes. It just is. The same way a river flows even when no one watches. Your ears aren't filtering sound anymore. Not really. They don't have to catch every footstep, every creak in the floorboards, every word spoken from another room. They're not listening for threats or secrets or someone calling your name. They can be still, like 2 small caves that no longer need to listen for echoes. The sounds around you, whether a distant hum of electricity, a soft sigh from outside, or just silence, are not important enough to require attention. You don't have to interpret them. You don't have to decide if they're safe or loud or annoying. They pass through your awareness like wind through trees, not stopping, not lingering, not demanding anything. Your mind isn't editing memories right now. It's not even storing them. It's just quiet, like a room where the lights have been turned off and someone has left without closing the door. The muscles around your jaw, those small bands of tissue that once clenched together with force, are no longer tight. They don't feel hollow or empty from being unclenched. They're simply relaxed, as if they finally realized there's no need to stay alert. Your teeth aren't touching each other anymore, not even slightly. The space between them isn't a gap that needs filling. It just is. And if you were to open your mouth a little, just one breath of air passing through, that wouldn't be an act of will. It would be something your body does on its own, like water flowing down a slope. Your shoulders aren't trying to protect anything. They don't need to hold up the weight of worry or carry the burden of expectation. They can sink into the surface beneath them, just as deep as gravity allows. One shoulder is not higher than the other, not because you're adjusting it, but because your body no longer has a reason to keep one side raised in defense. There's no need to guard yourself from anything that hasn't arrived yet. The space between your shoulder blades, where tension used to gather like dust, is now clear. Not empty in an awful way, but open and free. Your arms hang down, limp and unclaimed by effort. They're not reaching for anything or pushing away what's near. One arm is bent slightly at the elbow, resting across your chest. The other extends outward, palm flat against the bed. Neither position means anything. There's no meaning in how your limbs are placed, only stillness. You don't have to think about whether this posture is correct or if it would look better in a photo. None of that matters here. Your back doesn't need to be straight, nor does it need to arch forward or press into the floor. It can just lie where it fell, curved gently, following its own natural shape, supported by whatever lies beneath you. There's no pressure on your lower spine to stay flat or aligned with some imagined ideal. It can rest in its normal curve, like a branch that has stopped fighting against wind and finally let go. Your chest doesn't need to rise with effort, nor does it have to fall back down in a rhythm that's been forced by anxiety or breath-holding habits. There's no agenda behind your breathing anymore. No goal of filling lungs completely. No fear of not getting enough air. The movement between inhale and exhale is soft now, like the slow turn of a leaf floating on water. You aren't watching it. You're just allowing it to happen. The space beneath your ribs doesn't feel tight or pressurized. It's open, spacious, as if something has left that was once packed too close. There's room for stillness to settle in where tension used to live. Your belly isn't stiff with worry or swollen from stress. It breathes gently on its own, rising slightly when the air comes in, falling slowly when you let go. Not because you're doing anything special, but because your body is remembering how to rest without permission. There's no need to control what happens here. The muscles aren't resisting gravity. They're not tensing against the weight of tomorrow or yesterday's decisions. They just relax, like soil after rain, softening from within. And as that relaxation spreads deeper into your core, the hollows between your ribs, the gentle dip below your navel, there's a quiet sensation there too. One you might not have noticed before. The body doesn't need to be active in order to feel real. It can exist without proving itself. It can simply be. This is not passive. It's not emptiness. It's presence, unburdened by purpose. Your hips, those bones that once carried the weight of standing too long, walking through crowds with your shoulders hunched, are no longer bracing against anything. They don't feel heavy in a way that demands effort to stay upright. Instead, they sink into the surface beneath you, not pushed down, but released into it, like sand given time to settle after being stirred. Your left leg is bent slightly at the knee, foot flat on the bed, toes curled inward just enough to hold their shape without tension. There's no reason for that curl. It's not a position meant to protect or prepare. It's simply where your body has chosen to rest today, and the right leg extends straight out, heel touching the edge of the mattress, ankle loose, foot relaxed like a leaf floating in still water. There's contact everywhere, where skin meets fabric, where flesh meets support. Not sharp points of pressure, but soft zones of connection that don't demand anything from you. Your left thigh rests against the bed with quiet certainty. Your right calf lies across its surface like a branch fallen into shadowed earth. Nothing is being held up anymore. And beneath all of this, your whole body lying down in stillness. The sensation of contact doesn't fade even when attention moves elsewhere. It persists, subtle and steady. Like warmth that lingers after a hand has been removed from your arm. You don't need to be aware of every point of touch, nor do you have to notice if one is heavier than another. Awareness isn't measuring or judging. It's simply letting each zone exist in its own quiet way. The place where your heel presses into the mattress, no longer needing to grip for balance, is just a small patch of warmth now, not an anchor. Your spine, the long column that used to carry posture like armor, doesn't need to be straight or proud anymore. It can follow its natural curve without correction. It doesn't have to stay aligned with some idea of how it should look in photos or on screens. It's allowed to rest where gravity pulls, letting each vertebra settle into place not by effort, but by surrender. And as you lie here, your back gently curved, your chest open, your belly soft. The weight that used to press from the inside is finally dissolving. It wasn't a physical load. It was a feeling of needing to be ready for something that never came. And now, in this moment, there's nothing waiting. Your arms still hang where they fell, limp and unclaimed by need. One hand rests palm up on your chest, fingers slightly splayed as if offering space to the air above. The other lies flat against the bed, thumb resting near the side of your wrist, not reaching for anything or trying to hold onto a thought. And your hands, those instruments that once gripped pens, typed messages, held coffee cups too tightly, are no longer doing anything. They don't need to be useful. They're allowed to just be. Their fingers aren't curled into fists out of habit. They're soft, each joint loose, like beads resting in a bowl. Your right hand, palm down on the bed, is gently pressing against the surface at only one point, near the base of your thumb. It doesn't press hard or insistently. It just rests there with no intention behind it. And that's enough. You don't have to make anything happen with this hand. Your left fingers slightly curled in toward your palm are not trying to reach for a memory, nor are they gripping the air like they used to when anxiety rose up from nowhere. Even if one were to twitch slightly, a tiny reflex from nerves that haven't forgotten their old jobs, it wouldn't matter. It's just movement without meaning. Your wrists, those narrow bridges between hand and forearm, are not tight or strained. They don't feel hollowed out because of overuse. They're simply relaxed, like roots in soil after rain. And now, slowly, the sensation begins to change. Not a shift, but an unfolding. The feeling that was once focused on one spot, a knot near your jaw, a hum in your chest, has started to spread outward. Not spreading with urgency, but gently, like mist rising from warm earth at dawn. It's not escaping. It's simply letting go of its grip. Your awareness moves through this quiet space without needing to fix anything. There is no problem to solve here. You don't have to decide what to do next, or whether you've done enough today. All that matters now is the feeling in your body. The slow, deep release that happens when the nervous system finally stops scanning for danger. And as that release continues, deeper than thought, quieter than breath, there's a kind of softening that takes place not just in muscles, but in the space between them. It's like fabric that was once stretched taut, now beginning to relax into its true shape, no longer pulled by invisible strings. Your neck, the narrow passage where your head meets your spine, is not holding tension anymore. There's no stiffness at the base of your skull or tightness along either side. It just hangs in place, supported by gravity and stillness alike. You don't have to keep it upright. It can lean slightly forward, like a branch that has finally stopped resisting wind. And your head, your whole skull, is not pressing into anything. It doesn't feel heavy from strain or lifted up by effort. The weight of your thoughts isn't pulling down on your forehead anymore. There's no pressure behind your eyes, no tightness in the temples, no buzzing beneath the skin. You don't need to clear your mind or banish images. You're not trying to stop memories from returning. They can come and go, like clouds drifting across a sky that doesn't care what passes through it. But here, now, there's room for them to float by without landing. And if a memory does rise, one of a conversation, a glance, a moment of disappointment, it doesn't need to be held onto or rejected. It just is, and then it drifts away like a leaf caught in a stream, not pulled back but carried forward. There's no need to label what you feel, whether it's relief, warmth, stillness, numbness. None of that matters here. The only thing that matters is letting yourself exist as you are, without performance or disguise. And your feet, the ones at the very end of this long line of relaxation, are not cold or tense anymore. They're warm from circulation, no longer curled in fear or clenched with anticipation. Each toe lies gently against its neighbor, not trying to protect anything, just resting. Your left foot, arch slightly lifted, is not holding tension across the top. It's not pressing into the bed for stability or balance. It can simply lie where it falls, like a stone sunk in sand. And your right foot, flat on the surface, doesn't feel separate from the rest of you. There's no boundary between toes and skin, or heel and support. They're all part of one continuous field, soft, still, unbroken. Your ankles, those subtle curves where leg meets foot, are no longer guarding anything. There's no effort to keep them upright or press them into place. They're not bracing against pressure, nor resisting collapse. They just rest in their natural alignment, as if gravity has finally taken the weight without needing permission. The skin over your shin is soft now, no longer taut with invisible strain. And you can feel the quiet warmth spreading inward from the surface of your leg, like a slow wave moving through still water after dusk. Your knees. They don't need to stay locked or held open anymore. They're not trying to protect a joint by tensing it against movement. They simply sit where gravity places them, cushioned between bone and support, no longer required to stand guard over the rest of you. There's space around them, enough room for breath, enough room for stillness. Even when a memory flickers, a sharp glance from someone long gone, the knee doesn't react. It stays relaxed, as though already knowing that nothing here needs defending. Your thighs, those thick, quiet pillars holding your body upright, are not tight with effort or clenched from hours of sitting. They're not stiff with anticipation of what's next. They don't feel heavy with fatigue either. Not in the way that makes you want to lie down and never move again. Instead, there's a kind of grounded softness settling into them, like earth after rain has soaked deep, where roots no longer strain, but simply sink deeper into the dark. Blood flows through them freely now. No resistance, no blockage, and you can feel it not as sensation, but as presence, as quiet continuity. Your pelvis, the bowl-shaped center of your structure, is not held rigidly in place by tension or fear. It doesn't feel like it has to stay still, because something might fall out if it shifts. There's no shame attached to its shape, no need to flatten it or lift it into a posture that feels unnatural. It just rests where it is, supported from below, unburdened above, and you can sense the way your spine curves gently into it, like a river finding its bed after winding through hills. The space between hip bones isn't closed off by anxiety. It's open, calm, quiet enough to hear silence. Your lower back, the curve just beneath your ribs, doesn't feel like it has to carry everything anymore. There's no need to arch or flatten it in response to stress. It doesn't have to stay upright because the world is watching. It can soften into its natural hollow, not collapsing, but simply yielding, as if letting gravity do what it was meant to. Hold you, not punish you. You don't need to fix your posture here. There's no checklist of alignment, only this quiet release where muscle remembers how to rest without guilt. Your torso, the long corridor between chest and pelvis, is not trying to contain anything anymore. The rib cage doesn't feel like a cage meant to keep thoughts inside or emotions out. It just breathes, slowly, easily, letting air flow in and out, as if it were returning home after a long journey. There's no resistance in your diaphragm, no tightness where breath meets spine. You can feel the soft rise beneath your hands, your own body rising not from effort, but from simple continuity with itself. There's no ache behind the sternum, no pressure from words left unsaid. Instead, there's room enough to let breath move through without obstruction. Each in-breath comes not as demand, but invitation. Each out-breath is not forced, but released with ease. And when you notice that your heart still beats slowly, the way it does when the nervous system finally stops scanning for danger, it doesn't feel like a symptom, just another quiet signal. You are safe. Your arms, those long limbs stretching from shoulder to fingertip, are no longer bracing against imagined blows or holding things they don't need to carry. There's no weight in your hands anymore. Not the kind that makes you clench. Even if you were holding something heavy earlier, that load has dissolved into this moment. Now, each arm hangs like a branch after rain, not stiff with effort but gently bent at the elbow. Wrist relaxed, palm open, as though offering nothing and needing nothing. Your left shoulder, the one nearest your ear, doesn't feel elevated or raised in defense. It doesn't carry the weight of decisions made too fast or words spoken too loud. It's not holding on to yesterday's disappointment like a stone in its pocket. It just rests, low and quiet, like a leaf that has decided to fall, You can sense the way the muscle fibers uncoil beneath your skin. Not violently, but slowly, as if remembering how to be still without being stiff. Your right shoulder, on the opposite side, is not tense or cold from disuse. It doesn't feel hollowed out from overwork or neglected in silence. It's just there, part of you, no longer trying to compensate for anything else. Your collarbone is not a point of tension. It simply curves under the skin as if made for softness, not strength. And when your neck releases fully, when that narrow bridge between skull and spine finally lets go, you feel the whole shoulder release with it, like water flowing backward into a source. Your hands, the palms facing upward now, are not waiting to grip anything. They don't feel empty because of what's missing. Instead, there's fullness, not in possession, but in presence. Each finger lies where it fell, index relaxed on the thumb, middle pointing slightly forward, like a quiet question that doesn't need answering. Your nails aren't chipped or stained with effort. They're just there, smooth, quiet, unclaimed by anything except time and stillness. Your fingers, they don't feel separate from each other anymore, no longer needing to move independently. They've come together in a kind of shared rest. The space between them isn't tight or anxious. It's open, like the gaps between trees where light comes through without rushing. You can sense how warmth moves from fingertip to fingertip, not as heat, but as continuity. One part connected to another, all part of a single soft field that doesn't care about separation. Your forearms, the long bones beneath the skin, are no longer gripping anything. They're not coiled with old effort or frozen in readiness for action. They just lie on the surface below you, like driftwood left by a tide that has passed. There's no need to straighten them, no urge to tighten muscles against inertia. They can be soft exactly as they are, long and still and quiet, and that's enough. Your wrists, the joint where arm meets hand, are not trying to hold anything up anymore. They don't feel like levers meant to lift or push. They're just curved points of release, like the bend in a riverbed where water slows before turning. There's no tension building at the crease, no strain from overuse or misuse. Each one rests effortlessly, no longer serving as support for anything, only being what it is. A place where softness meets bone without resistance. Your upper arms, the thick muscles above your elbows, are not tight with expectation or rigid with control. They don't feel like tools meant to carry burdens. Instead, they're sinking, not falling, but settling, into the support beneath them, as if gravity has finally taken over and said, "Let go." There's no need to prove strength here, only rest is required. Your shoulders again, the pair that once carried so much, they don't feel like anchors anymore. They've stopped trying to hold your head up or keep you upright in a world that demands performance. Now, they're just part of the whole. Soft at the edges, open beneath, no longer needing to be strong because something might go wrong. They can hang down without shame, settle into their natural position as if remembering how not to fight. Your chest again, the place where breath begins and ends, doesn't feel like it has to rise with effort or fall with surrender. It just moves in, out, slow, deep, steady. The muscles around your lungs don't need to be forced into action. They're already doing their job as if by instinct. You can feel how each breath comes not from desire, but from continuity, like a river that doesn't stop because someone tells it to. Your sternum now lies open, not as an invitation, but simply because it no longer needs to close. There's nothing left to shield. No one still standing in the doorway of your ribs who demands a posture. The space beneath that bony ridge isn't hollow. It holds its own quiet weight, like soil after rain has settled into crevices and stopped running off. You can feel how even the cartilage between your bones is not resisting gravity, but accepting it, allowing itself to be shaped by stillness rather than effort. Your upper back, the broad expanse just below the shoulder blades, doesn't press forward or arch in defiance of lying down. Instead, it rests like a valley, formed over time by wind and erosion, no longer trying to lift anything, only existing as what lies between two higher points. Each vertebra is not rigid, but softened at its edges. They're no longer stacked for performance, but allowed to settle into their natural alignment beneath the weight of your breath. The muscles along your spine, those long bands that once flared when you stood too straight or carried unseen burdens, they've stopped firing as if in readiness. There's no signal being sent out from deep within, no coded message saying, "Be alert, keep upright, don't collapse." Instead, they're simply relaxed, not limp, but evenly released like fibers that have finally been freed from tension. You can sense the way each segment of your backbone feels slightly heavier as it settles deeper into contact with whatever supports you. Your lower back, where effort used to pool and heat up after long hours bent forward or hunched over a screen, is no longer braced against instability. There's no need to brace because nothing is about to shift beneath you. The lumbar region has stopped acting like a pillar meant to hold up an entire structure. It now feels more like ground, quiet, accepting, holding itself without strain. The hollow where your pelvis begins, the dip just above your hips, doesn't feel tight or guarded anymore. It's not resisting being filled by stillness, but letting the space open naturally, as if water had seeped through cracks in dry earth and begun to pool slowly beneath roots that no longer need to push up. Your hips themselves, those broad, bony circles tucked under layers of muscle, are not holding their shape for balance or pride. They don't feel like levers meant to propel motion. Instead, they're just resting where gravity has placed them. One side slightly lower than the other because it's allowed to be without correction. There's no judgment in that asymmetry, only surrender. Your thighs, the long muscles running down from your pelvis, don't tremble with unspent energy or tighten against inertia. They've stopped thinking about what might come next and are now simply existing as part of the body's quiet continuity. Soft, heavy, without agenda. Each fiber is no longer waiting to spring into action. It's been released from its own expectation. Your knees, those joints that once clicked when you climbed stairs or held your weight through long hours, are not pressing together in resistance anymore. They don't feel like hinges meant to keep things locked in place. Instead, they're slightly bent, not stiffly, but gently yielding, as if the joint itself remembers how to soften around pressure rather than resist it. Your shins, the bones beneath the skin, don't need protection from impact or preparation for movement. They lie exposed not in vulnerability, but in peace, no longer carrying forward motion, only resting where they are. There's no urge to straighten them, no memory of needing to stand tall when you were exhausted. Your ankles, they don't feel like tight knots meant to stabilize your weight on uneven ground. Instead, their shape is softening around the bone, tendons loosened by time and now free from constant strain. They're not trying to hold anything up or keep balance against sudden shifts, only being what they are. Curved points where foot meets leg, with no demand for control. Your feet, the soles that once pressed into floors, sidewalks, stairs, are not gripping the surface anymore. There's no effort in how your toes curl inward or outward. They're simply lying flat as if learning to rest again after years of running and pushing. Each toe has stopped trying to dig in, like roots loosening from hardened soil. Your heels, those thick pads that once absorbed impact with every step, are not pressing into the ground with force anymore. Instead, there's a softness beneath them, weight transferred without effort, as if they finally learned how gravity can support more than just movement. It can also carry stillness. The skin across your feet doesn't feel tight or stretched from pressure. It lies loose and unresisting over all the structures beneath. You don't need to check whether it's warm or cold, because warmth is not a goal here. Only presence matters now. Only being in contact with what exists without trying to change it. Your toes, they're no longer acting as independent tools for balance or direction. They've stopped pretending to be separate from one another. The space between them isn't filled with anxiety, but simply open air. There's room not because something was removed, but because nothing needed to occupy that gap anymore. You can feel how each toe rests like a leaf on ground after rain, no longer needing to reach, no longer reaching for anything. The arches of your feet, the gentle curves where support once had to be manufactured, are allowed to collapse gently into what they were always meant to do. Yield. Not fall apart, but settle inward without resistance. There's no need to reinforce them with effort. Only rest is required. Your whole foot now. Each bone, each nerve ending, every tiny capillary beneath the skin is simply being held by the surface below it, not because you're demanding that be so, but because gravity has taken over and said, "This will do." You don't need to prove anything through your feet. They can remain exactly as they are. And now, your legs, the pair extending from pelvis to foot, are not holding tension anymore in their joints or muscles. There's no fear of weakness, no anxiety about what might happen if you stopped supporting yourself for even a moment. Instead, the entire length of each limb feels like driftwood floating gently downstream, carried by water that doesn't care where it goes, only that it flows. Your hips, again, are not trying to stay aligned or prevent sway. They've stopped worrying about posture as performance and are now simply allowing their position to be shaped by what's beneath them. The pelvis no longer feels like a platform meant to support ego. Instead, it's just there, and your torso, the whole upper body, from ribs to shoulders, doesn't feel lifted or held in place anymore. It doesn't need to stay upright, because nothing is asking for that of it now. You can sense how the weight between chest and pelvis has begun to dissolve into stillness, not by force, but simply through letting go. Your arms again, the ones resting at your sides, don't feel like tools meant to reach or hold. They're not waiting to be used, only being allowed to exist in their current shape. Each limb is no longer a promise of action. It's just here. And now, the whole body, from crown of scalp to soles, is beginning to blur into one continuous field. Not because you forced it, but because your attention has stopped searching for boundaries and started accepting what already exists. You don't need to fix anything. There are no missing pieces or broken parts that must be repaired in this moment. The nervous system doesn't have to decide whether to fight or flee. There's nothing left to react against. Everything is allowed to rest exactly as it is. Heavy, quiet, unburdened. And now, your breath, the steady rhythm moving through chest and belly, is no longer a signal of life, but simply a continuation of stillness. In, out, not urgent, just happening. Like the tide returning without needing permission. Each exhalation feels longer than the last. Not because you're forcing it, but because there's nothing left to pull back from. Your lungs don't need to work hard. They're already doing their job as if by instinct. And now, your eyes, the ones that once scanned rooms for danger or missed details, are not open anymore, and they don't feel like doors into the world. Instead, you can sense how even behind closed lids, there's no effort to see anything at all. Only darkness being held gently without fear. You can feel how your breath moves through you, not as a rhythm to be maintained, but as something that has simply settled into its own natural shape, like water finding its level in a basin carved by time and erosion. No adjustment needed. No correction, only alignment with what already is. The air enters lightly, almost unnoticed, and exits with all the quiet insistence of roots releasing from soil after rain. Slowly, without resistance, not because you've decided to let go, but because letting go has become the default state. Your chest doesn't rise or fall in effort anymore. It rises and falls as a matter of gravity's gentle pull on what is already suspended in stillness. Your shoulders, the ones that once held up years of carrying unspoken worries, have released their position not through strength, but by surrendering to what they were always meant to do: rest. There's no need for them to remain high or tense. No reason to brace against an imagined weight pressing down from above. Instead, each shoulder blade lies flat and quiet against the back, like stones that have finally found their place in a riverbed. No longer shifting, no longer straining to stay balanced. They don't have to hold anything now. They're allowed to be heavy, not because of burden, but because gravity has claimed them fully. Your neck, the thin column connecting skull and spine, is no longer an axis for vigilance or tension. It doesn't need to stay straight or aligned with some invisible standard of posture. Instead, the muscles along its length have softened into a kind of fluid stillness, like silk, unspooling without resistance. There's no effort to keep your head in place, only the quiet understanding that it can remain where it is, because the surface beneath you supports it completely. No correction necessary, no balance maintained by willpower alone. The weight above doesn't threaten collapse. It simply exists as part of a larger structure that has stopped trying to prove itself. Your jaw. The one thing that still held its shape like a clenched fist, even in sleep, is finally loosening at the hinges. There's no tightness behind your teeth anymore. No pressure building between molars or clenching down on nerves that once signaled danger. You can feel how the temporomandibular joint, those tiny bones and ligaments near your ears, has stopped guarding against a threat that no longer exists. It doesn't need to stay ready for anything. There's no one waiting to speak, no argument coming, no judgment to be anticipated. So it yields, not weakly, but with ease, to the same softness that now fills every other part of you. Your ears, the ones that once strained to hear footsteps in hallways or voices from across rooms, no longer listen for meaning. They're not tuned to sound anymore. They've stepped back into their own quiet function, like small organs simply doing what they were built to do, receiving vibrations without interpretation, translating pressure changes with no judgment attached. The world outside doesn't need your attention right now. You don't have to decode tone or measure volume or analyze intent. Your ears are free to return to silence, not because nothing is happening, but because you're no longer required to respond. Your scalp, the thin layer of skin stretching from forehead to nape, has stopped feeling the pull of tension that used to travel through it like static electricity. There's no tightness across the crown or aching pressure behind your temples. Instead, every tiny hair follicle lies relaxed in its own space, not pressing against anything, not resisting the weight of the skull above it. You can feel how each point where nerve endings meet skin is no longer scanning for danger, but simply being present, like soil that has stopped waiting to grow something, and now rests in readiness without demand. Your forehead, the one place where worry once gathered like storm clouds, has opened into softness. There's no furrow between brows anymore. No line drawn by hours of frowning or squinting at problems that don't need solving tonight. The muscles above your eyes have stopped contracting to protect you from what might come. They've surrendered to a kind of stillness that doesn't fear the future, but simply lives in this moment without resistance. Your cheeks, the ones once held taut by effort or expression, have relaxed into their natural shape, like clay left undisturbed after being shaped. There's no need to smile or stiffen or hide anything behind them now. They don't have to perform for anyone. They can simply be what they are. Part of the face that rests without agenda. Your eyes, the ones that once darted across rooms searching for threats, cues, meaning, are not open but still present in their absence. Even behind closed lids, there's no effort to see. There's only darkness being held, not feared, not avoided, but accepted as a quiet space where nothing needs to be known or understood. You can feel how your visual field has dissolved into softness, not because of blindness, but because vision is no longer required. your chest, the center of breath and heartbeat, has stopped trying to keep itself upright in the world. It doesn't need to stay expanded for courage or full for strength. Instead, it settles into a gentle hollow where nothing needs to be proven. No volume measured, no depth judged. Your ribs don't have to rise because you're alive. They can sink slowly inward, as if exhaling after centuries of holding on. Your belly, the one place that once clenched with anticipation or anxiety, has stopped contracting against the air inside it. It doesn't need to stay tight from fear nor distended by effort. Instead, it lies soft and warm against what supports it, like a puddle formed naturally in soil after rain, not shaped by will, but left to form where gravity allows. Your back, the one surface that once bore the weight of posture or pride, has stopped resisting its own curve. It doesn't need to stay straight or flat or aligned with some ideal. It can simply be what it is, a gentle arc, a natural shape formed over years of movement and stillness alike. The spine no longer feels like an instrument meant to carry tension. It's just there in balance, not because of effort, but because rest has taken its place. Your pelvis, the one structure that once held up the weight of self, has stopped pretending it must stay centered or rigid. It doesn't need to keep alignment for performance or dignity. Instead, it rests into whatever surface holds it, like a stone dropped into still water and allowed to sink without resistance. There is no fear of swaying, no shame in tilt, only the quiet acceptance that this is where you are, right here, and that being here requires nothing more than presence. Your hips, the ones once locked with tension from hours spent sitting or standing, no longer need to brace against gravity. They don't have to stay aligned with your spine as if maintaining balance were a moral duty. Instead, each hip joint allows its own softness, like joints in old wood that no longer resist movement but yield gently under weight. Your legs, the ones that once strained through walking or standing, have stopped waiting for the next step. They don't need to be ready for action. They're allowed to remain exactly as they are, supported not by willpower, but by gravity itself. Each thigh, each calf, every tendon and muscle fiber is no longer an instrument of effort, but a vessel of stillness. Your feet, the ones once burdened with carrying you through the day, have stopped trying to push forward or support anything at all. They are not tools for movement. They are only being held by the surface beneath them, not because you demanded it, but because that's how gravity works. It doesn't ask permission. It just settles things. Your toes, the ones once clenched in response to uncertainty, now rest like roots buried deep in earth after a long rain. There is no need for them to grip or push back against anything. Each one lies where it is, not needing to reach or adjust, simply existing as part of a larger body that has stopped trying to be anything other than what it already is. Your hands, the ones once clenched around stress or shaped by tasks, no longer feel like instruments waiting to be used. They are not tools for holding on or pushing away, only being allowed to rest in their current shape. Palms open but not reaching, fingers relaxed and uncurled, not from weakness, but from deep release. Your shoulders, no longer held in the posture of readiness or resistance, are beginning to melt into the surface beneath you, not because they've forgotten how to hold themselves, but because their work has been acknowledged, accepted, released. There is no demand for them to stay elevated or alert. They are allowed to settle where gravity pulls them, like stones that have long since stopped trying to rise. Each shoulder blade rests with a quiet surrender against the air behind it, not sinking into nothingness, but simply being held by the space around your body, softened from within. Your arms, the ones once stiff with purpose or tension, are no longer waiting for anything to happen next. They do not need to be lifted or drawn back. Their shape is enough as it is. There's a slow, unforced lengthening through each upper arm, like sap moving slowly down the trunk of an old tree when night has finally come and nothing must be done. Your wrists, the joints that once tensed in preparation for typing, reaching, gripping, now lie open to sensation without expectation. They are not shaped by urgency. They do not brace against air or time. Instead, they accept their own softness as a given condition of being still. Not stiffness out of habit, but surrender into shape. Your fingers, the ones once curled around stress, clenched in frustration, or poised for action, now rest with no direction to follow. The space between them is wide and unpressured. There's room enough not only for breath, but for silence. Each fingertip feels the air near it, as though remembering a touch long forgotten, not needing to return anything, just existing where they are. Your chest, the center of so many rhythms, no longer rises with effort or fear. Its motion has slowed into something deeper than breathing, an unspoken rhythm that lives beneath intention. There's no need for expansion. The body knows what it needs without measuring volume or depth. It rests not in emptiness, but in quiet fullness, like a bowl left on earth after rain. Your sternum, the bone once held rigid to maintain posture, has softened into its own curve. It does not resist sinking inward. Instead, it allows itself to be part of the slow downward pull that is happening throughout your torso. There's no need for pride in alignment or effort in shape. It just lies where it belongs. Your ribs, the ones once locked in a pattern meant to hold fear, are now letting go one by one. Not all at once, but as if each breath were its own small release. They do not stay tight. They do not clench against the next moment's demand. Instead, they settle into their natural form, like folded paper that no longer needs to be flattened. Your diaphragm, the muscle beneath your ribs, is now resting in a state of quiet expansion and contraction without desire or urgency. It doesn't need to push forward for life. It just moves with the weight of stillness itself, responding not to effort, but to gravity's gentle pull from below. Your lower back, once tense with tension from sitting too long or standing too straight, is no longer a place that resists its own curve. There is space between vertebrae. Now, not because they've shifted, but because the pressure has lifted. Each bone rests where it naturally falls, like stones in soil after rain have settled into their final positions. Your pelvis, no longer trying to be centered or upright, is finally allowed to find its place without adjustment. Gravity doesn't care about balance. It only settles what is offered. And so your hips rest against the surface beneath you, not as a position, but as an outcome. A quiet conclusion of movement, effort, and resistance. Your thighs, the muscles once taught to carry weight with pride, are now simply allowed to be still. There's no need for them to stay firm or taut. They are not instruments that must perform. Instead, their softness is acknowledged. Not weakness, but the body remembering what it means to stop carrying. Your calves, once straining from standing too long, are no longer holding tension in response to time passing. Each muscle fiber lies relaxed, like water that has finally stopped churning and begun flowing slowly toward a resting pool. And your feet, the ones once shaped by walking through the world with purpose, no longer need to carry anything forward. They are not tools for reaching or stepping, only being held where they lie. Their weight accepted as part of the whole body's descent into stillness. Your toes, they no longer curl in response to imagined threat, are now like roots that have found soil and stopped searching. Each one lies buried beneath its own quiet shadow on the surface below, not needing to grip or dig deeper, just existing where they are. And your hands, the ones once shaped by intention, are beginning to feel less like tools of action and more like vessels for sensation alone. There's no need to do anything with them. Their shape is enough as it is. Each palm accepts the air above it, not in anticipation, but simply because it is present. Like a leaf that has stopped trembling. Your neck, the one line between head and body, is now free of tension, not from effort to straighten, but from acceptance of its own curve. There's no need for you to keep your chin up or your posture perfect. The weight above doesn't demand anything in return. It rests where gravity places it, softly, quietly. Your jaw, the one place that once clenched with unseen stress, is now relaxed beyond memory. The muscles at the side of your face have stopped tightening against air, and there's no trace left of yesterday's grip. Even if a sound passes through you, an echo from earlier in the day, it does not require resistance. It just flows out without demand. Your tongue, the one organ once tensed with unspoken words, is now allowed to rest flat at the bottom of your mouth, not resisting or pushing against anything. Its position is neutral, not shaped by fear or effort, but simply held there by stillness. And your cheeks, once tight from holding in emotion, are softening into their own natural shape. They are no longer trying to smile or frown. They just exist as part of the face that has stopped performing for anyone, even yourself. Your eyes, the ones once open and scanning the world, even though closed now, are allowed not only to rest, but also to dissolve from focus. There's no need to watch what isn't there. The space behind your eyelids is empty in a way that feels full, like darkness after long light has ceased, where nothing needs to be seen. Your forehead, the one surface once scrunched with thought, is now still not because it has stopped working, but because its work can pause without consequence. The muscles above your brows have forgotten what tension feels like. They are no longer guarding against ideas or memories that might return. And your scalp, once tight from pressure of thinking, from time spent under strain, has released every thread of resistance. Each hair follicle is not resisting touch, but simply accepting its own weight in space. There's room above for stillness to grow, not as an act of will, but as a natural consequence of being allowed to stop. And your ears, the ones once straining to hear what might come next, are now free from listening, not because they are deafened, but because the demand has lifted. They accept sound without judgment, whether it's distant traffic or silence itself. They just receive like stone receives rain, neither blocking nor welcoming, simply absorbing as part of being, your entire body. The one structure that once carried so much weight is now sinking into what holds it, not through strength or will, but by the quiet law of gravity. There is no effort to stay here, only acceptance that this is where you are, and staying still requires nothing more than continuing not to move. And your breath, no longer measured by need for oxygen, but shaped by rest. It has found its own rhythm. Slow, unforced, deep enough to carry silence through the chest. Each in-breath comes lightly. Each out-breath lingers just a little longer. Like time itself, pausing briefly before letting go again. And you, the one who once held so much, now simply are. Not doing anything, not needing to be more than what is already present. There's no need for identity or role at this moment. Only presence in the space between breaths, where stillness has taken root and grown without invitation. Your neck Once a bridge of tension between head and spine is no longer holding its position in defiance of gravity. It has settled into the curve that was always there, not as posture, but as alignment. The soft muscles along your throat are not bracing against fatigue or anticipation. They are simply present, allowing the weight above to hang without resistance, like a leaf resting on water after being carried by wind. You don't need to keep anything upright. The structure of your body is no longer asking permission to be still. Your shoulders, those two high points once lifted in readiness, are now letting go, not from fatigue, but from recognition. They do not have to carry the world, nor even yesterday's weight. One shoulder rests slightly lower than the other, not because it has failed, but because gravity has chosen its shape without judgment. Each joint is unclenched, each tendon no longer taut with unseen expectation. There is space between them, space that was once filled with effort, and now it is only stillness. Your arms, the limbs once held in readiness for tasks not yet done, are releasing their grip on purpose. The right arm lies gently along your side, fingers loose and open, palms facing up as if receiving nothing but air. The left follows suit, not mirrored out of symmetry, but because both have decided to stop waiting. There is no need to reach or protect. Even when a breeze stirs the edge of the blanket, you do not flinch. Your hand remains where it falls. Each finger, the small segments once used for gripping, typing, holding things, is now fully relaxed in its own space. The tips are soft, uncurled, no longer shaped by habit or urgency. Between them is quiet, not empty, but full of absence. Absence of need to do anything, to press into surface, to secure something that was never lost. Your chest, once a cage for breath and anxiety, is now open not because it has expanded, but because it has stopped resisting contraction. The rib cage does not rise with effort. It rises only when the lungs fill naturally. The skin above your sternum is not taut nor drawn inward by memory of fear. It rests on its own bones, soft as fabric laid over a frame that no longer needs to stand tall. Your belly, once knotted with worry or pressure from undigested events, is now yielding completely. There's no tension in the abdominal wall. It is not bracing against thoughts or time or obligation. It simply holds what lies within, not tightly, but as a container for stillness. Even when your breath passes through it, you do not feel that movement as effort. It moves through like water passing under a stone. Your back, once the anchor of posture and tension, is now supported by whatever surface beneath you. Every curve is accepted. The hollow at the lower spine, the gentle rise along the mid-back, the slight arch in the upper region. All are no longer problems to fix, but parts of your body's true shape. There is no need to flatten or correct. The spine has been allowed not only to rest, but also to be exactly as it is. Your hips, those wide bones, once clenched from stress or sitting too long, are now relaxed in their natural position, neither tilted forward nor backward. They are simply settling into where gravity places them. Grounded without strain. The pelvis does not brace against life's demands. It rests within its own structure, as if time has paused and told it to stay. Once the anchor of posture and tension, your heels are no longer bearing all weight. They are simply there. Your ankles, once tight from tension or unconscious guarding, are now soft at their edges, where tendons meet bone, no longer holding a stance that was never asked for. They accept the surface beneath them with ease, like roots accepting soil after drought. Your toes, the last points of contact between body and ground, are not straining to grip. They are allowed to fan out in quiet freedom. Each one is separate, unconnected by need or effort. There's no pressure on any single toe, no demand for balance or control. The space between them feels wide open, not because it needs filling, but because nothing demands motion. Your entire body, the whole structure once built on vigilance, is now breathing not from need, but from what remains. A quiet rhythm that continues without being summoned. Your breath does not come in waves. It flows like slow water through a valley, unforced and continuous. The exhale lingers longer than the inhale, not because you are trying to make it so, but because your body knows how to let go. Your heart, once racing with memory or anticipation, is no longer working against its own pace. It does not need to prove itself by beating fast. It beats only as much as is needed for stillness. The rhythm has slowed, not from fatigue, but from acceptance of what already exists. A pulse that keeps life moving without demand. Your nervous system, once scanning for threats in silence, is now letting go not through will, but because there is nothing to detect. Danger did not disappear. It was simply no longer relevant. Your brain has stopped searching the edges, stopped listening for footsteps or sudden noise. You are not alert, but neither are you absent. You exist in a space where awareness remains without effort. Your thoughts, those flickers of memory and planning that once crowded your mind, are no longer pushing forward. They drift now like smoke above a fire long cooled. There's no need to follow them, to label them, or even notice their passing. One thought comes through, not sharp, not urgent, and you do not hold it. It floats by like a leaf carried on still water and disappears. Your skin, once sensitive to every shift in temperature or touch, is now accepting the environment without resistance. It does not flinch at cool air from an open window, nor does it demand warmth when the room grows quiet. It simply receives the press of fabric, the faintest vibration of sound through walls, the soft pressure of blanket on leg. Each sensation is met with neutrality. Your limbs are no longer your tools. They have become part of a larger stillness. They do not serve. They rest. You do not need to move them or even feel them. But if you do, it's only as an observer watching the body settle into itself. And there's no reason for any part of you to change. No one waiting to be seen. No task left undone. No story still needing completion. This moment is not a preparation. It is not leading toward anything. It simply is a space where gravity does all the work and nothing else needs to happen. Your breath continues, not in rhythm with time or effort, but as part of something older than movement, deeper than thought. Each out-breath is longer because your body knows that holding on is no longer necessary. You are not trying to relax. You are simply allowing what has been held for so long to release itself without warning. Your mind, once a place of constant motion, is now quiet, not by force, but by choice. The choice to stop needing to do anything, even think. There's no task left undone, no message unspoken, no fear yet named. And somewhere beneath all this, the deep hum that was once anxiety, the echo from yesterday's stress, has stopped vibrating. It hasn't been erased. It has simply ceased being active, like a phone in airplane mode. Not broken, but silent. You are not asleep, but you are not awake either. You are not doing anything. There is no effort to stay here or leave. The body rests as if this were its natural state. Because for many people, it is. And stillness grows, not because you invited it, but because you stopped resisting what already was. There's a soft weight in your chest now. Not pressure, not grief, but presence. Like warmth returning to a room after winter has passed. Your tongue rests gently against the roof of your mouth, not pushing, not searching, but simply present, like a quiet witness that does not need to speak. Your throat, once tense with unvoiced complaints or apologies, is soft now. There is no pressure behind it, no knot where emotion once lodged. Swallowing happens only when needed, and even then, without strain. The passage from mouth to windpipe feels open, not tight, not because you have made it so, but because your body has decided that constriction is no longer necessary. Your neck, once a bridge of stiffness between head and shoulders, is letting go. The muscles along its length are surrendering one by one, like threads loosening from a cloth that has been held too long in tension. Your head sits not on top of you, but within the curve of your spine, supported as if gravity had finally found its balance here. Your ears, those sensitive receivers of sound, are no longer listening for meaning or threat. They are aware, yes, but without judgment. A distant hum from the refrigerator, the quiet sigh of air through vents, the faint creak of wood settling in the house, all enter like water into still soil, absorbed, not reacted to. There is no need to identify what makes each sound. You do not need to know where it comes from. Your eyes, closed but not inactive, are resting as if they had never opened at all. The lids are heavy with peace, not fatigue. Behind them, there is no image of anything. The mind does not pull in scenes or memories. The space behind your eyelids feels like a room that has been cleared of furniture and dust. It is large enough to hold nothing and still feel full. Your forehead, once furrowed from thinking ahead, from anticipation, is smooth now. The skin lies flat, as if time had paused across its surface. There are no lines drawn by worry, no trace left behind by pressure or focus. It simply breathes with your face, not fighting against itself, but accepting every shift in temperature and sensation without resistance. Your scalp, once a place of hidden tension where thoughts gathered like storm clouds, is now open to the air above. You do not feel hair on skin because there is no need to notice. Only presence remains. The surface receives touch from nowhere, as if light itself were resting upon it, the kind that does not burn but settles. Your hands, once curled into fists or ready for tasks, are laid out flat against your body, not in surrender, but in stillness. Fingers are not pressing down on anything. They are not reaching. They exist like petals left behind after a bloom has passed, not needed to hold anything, just present as part of the whole. Your arms, no longer lifting or pushing or shielding, are sinking into their own weight. Each joint is soft with release. Your shoulders have dropped so far down that the space where tension once lived now feels hollow in a good way. An absence that welcomes peace rather than fear. The left arm, from shoulder to fingertips, is no longer separate from the rest of you. It has merged into a single field of quiet awareness. There is no boundary between one part and another. No division between hand and forearm or upper arm and chest. They are all just skin and bone and breath moving in slow unison. Your right arm, the same, has lost its role as tool, weapon, support. It lies not waiting to be used, but simply existing as an extension of stillness. The weight of your fingers is not felt because you do not need to feel it, only that it is there, heavy and steady, like a stone in deep water. Your chest, again, is no longer a container for anxiety or anticipation. It is just space, spacious, quiet, open. Air moves through it without demand. The muscles of your diaphragm are not working hard. They move gently with breath, as if guided by instinct alone. Your belly, once tight from stress or hunger or mental noise, is soft now. There is no knotting, no pulling inward. The surface lies still beneath fabric, accepting pressure rather than resisting it. You do not need to breathe deeply because your body already knows how to take what it needs without effort. Your back, curved slightly against whatever supports you, is receiving all of that support fully. It does not try to straighten or correct itself. It lets the surface below hold everything, as if gravity had finally found its purpose in this moment. Each vertebra rests where it belongs, not fighting for alignment, but simply being. Your hips, once bearing the weight of responsibility, are no longer locked into posture. They are soft with release, like soil that has been watered after drought. There is no need to brace against anything. Nothing demands you stay upright or alert. Your left leg, from hip down through thigh, knee, calf, ankle, is not waiting for motion. It does not remember the path from one place to another. It is just here, grounded in stillness, heavy without burden. Each toe, individually now, is soft with release. The first one near your big toe feels warm and distant, like a single light left on in an empty room. You do not need to move them. They are not separate from your body's quiet decision to stay. Your right leg, the same, has stopped being part of a system that needs to walk or stand. It lies as if it had never been built for movement, just for resting. The heel presses into the surface with no force, only presence. And when you notice all of this, not trying to fix anything, not imagining what could be different, you are not doing anything special. You are simply allowing your body to remember that stillness is not absence. It is not failure to act. It is its own kind of knowing. Your skin, again, is not guarding against the world, but receiving it. The coolness on your shoulder, the warmth where a blanket folds over your knee. The surface meets each sensation without resistance. There is no need to push away or pull in, only to be present as the body accepts what exists now. And somewhere deep beneath this quiet, beneath every layer of muscle and breath and thought. You are not being asked to do anything. You are not expected to wake up or think clearly or solve any problem. There is no task waiting for you beyond this moment. You are allowed to be here exactly as you are. A body that has stopped fighting itself. A mind that has let go of the need to control what passes through it. And so you remain not asleep, not awake, but resting in a space where effort has become unnecessary. Your nervous system is no longer scanning for danger. It doesn't need to protect anything because there is nothing left to defend. You are not drifting into sleep. You are simply letting go of the idea that you must stay awake. And the silence around you, this room, this time, is not empty. It holds everything. Air moving through walls, heat rising from floorboards, sound waves passing like ghosts through space. Your body is no longer a machine trying to keep up. It does not need to perform or prove its worth. It simply exists in the way that things do when they are allowed to be still. And if you feel something now, not pain, not tension, but a gentle pulse beneath your ribs, know only this: it is not warning, it is not urgency, it is just sensation, moving through without demand. You are not required to interpret it. You are not required to react. You are simply here with breath that continues because it needs no reason to do so, an awareness that stays open but does not strain. Your chest, once holding yesterday's weight like a secret, is no longer a vault for unsaid things. It breathes not because you command it, but because the air finds its way in and out as naturally as rain meets soil. There is no need to expand or contract for anyone. Your ribs are not lifting to prove strength, nor sinking to hide. They simply rise and fall with what is already true. This rhythm that has been yours since before you knew how to name it. The space between your shoulder blades, the place where tension used to gather like dust in a forgotten corner, is empty now. Not because something was removed, but because nothing ever needed to be there in the first place. It is only stillness holding itself open. Your arms, both of them, are no longer ready to push or pull. They are not waiting for an object to carry or person to hold. They rest like branches after leaves have fallen, quietly accepting that being still does not mean failing to function. Each elbow bends without purpose. It is not preparing for motion, only allowing the angle to be as it is. The underside of your forearm, the skin near your wrist, feels the faintest trace of coolness where air touches it, like a whisper passing over something that no longer resists being touched. You do not need to move this part. There is no task attached to it. It exists in its own right. Your hands, palms facing upward, are not holding anything but possibility. They are open without effort, as if the idea of grasping had never occurred to them. Each knuckle rests where it belongs, not clenched, not searching for something to grasp or fix. They are simply present, a shape that no longer needs to be justified by action. Your fingers, separate from one another now, are not planning their next move. The middle finger on your right hand is soft with release, almost forgetful of its own length. It does not need to point at anything or press into keys or soil. It lies as if it had never been built for purpose beyond being. Your left thumb, the one near your index finger, has stopped measuring how much force it takes to hold a cup, how many seconds until a deadline. It is not calculating whether it has done enough. It only knows the weight of itself, gentle, unclaimed by urgency. Each fingertip, so sensitive to pressure, to light, is now quiet with sensation that does not demand a response. They are like small listening devices placed on the world's edge, receiving touch without translating or reacting. They do not need to remember anything. They simply feel what is there. Warmth from your palm, air brushing across the surface, the faintest pressure where skin meets blanket. And when you notice that even these tiny parts, so often forgotten, are resting, it is not because you have done something special. It is because the body has begun to trust. that stillness is safe. It no longer fears what happens when motion stops. Your neck, the thin column connecting your head to your spine, is not holding up a burden of vigilance anymore. It does not need to be stiff with readiness or tense with anticipation of threats from outside. It rests like water in a bowl, calm at the surface, undisturbed by waves that do not exist. Every muscle along its side is uncoiled, as if no one had ever told them they must stay alert. Your jaw, the place where tension used to live, has stopped clenching even when you don't notice it. It does not lock into a position of control. It simply opens without warning or intention. The teeth are not clenched together with effort, nor pressed tightly in silent protest. They are apart now, not from choice, but because their natural state is release. There is no need to hold them shut against anxiety. They can be as they were meant to be. A soft line between mouth and breath. Your tongue, the quiet organ beneath your teeth, is not searching for meaning or forming words. It rests like a stone in the bed of a stream, not resisting flow, but letting water pass over without claiming ownership. It does not need to taste anything special. It is content, just being present. The roof of your mouth, arched and familiar, feels cool where air touches it during breath. Not from coldness, but because there is no resistance in the surface itself. Nothing resists what comes through. Warmth from inside, quiet movement from outside. It simply holds space for sensation without judgment. Your throat, the passage behind your voice box, is open. Not because you want to speak, but because speaking has stopped being necessary. It does not need to prepare for sound. It is free of the habit of guarding. Every muscle there knows that silence is not emptiness. It is presence, too. Your ears, those delicate folds at your temples, are receiving sounds without filtering them into threat or relevance. A distant hum from a refrigerator, a rustle in the hallway beyond walls, the faintest creak of wood settling under time. All pass through like dust motes floating in sunlit air. They are not remembered. They are simply noticed and let go. Your eyes, closed now, but not shut against light, are no longer scanning for danger or meaning behind shadows. They do not need to open to see what is happening beyond this room. The space inside your skull, the part where thoughts used to race, is quiet, not because you have emptied it, but because there is nothing left to fill it with. The mind does not need to be busy to matter. Your forehead, once a place of furrowed concentration, has stopped pulling inward toward worry. It lies flat and unmarked by effort. Each ridge where tension used to gather has softened into smoothness. Like riverbed sediment smoothed over centuries. There is no need to focus or solve anything. The shape of your skin remains exactly as it needs to be, resting. Your scalp, the thin layer covering your skull, is not feeling pressure from thoughts that crowd in. It feels the weight of hair. Yes, but not because it must hold on to identity. Not because it fears losing control. It is simply receiving what is there. Warmth from blood flow, a faint tingle where nerves meet surface, air brushing across skin, like a breath from someone else's dream. Your temples, the sides above your eyes, are no longer tight with anticipation of tomorrow's demands. They are soft, as if memory itself had been released into the dark. Nothing is expected to be remembered. Nothing needs to be retrieved. There is only now this surface of flesh that does not need to be perfect or polished. Your hair, long strands resting against your skin or lying on the pillow, is no longer a symbol of how much effort you've shown or how long you've been awake. It lies where it fell, tangled with nothing but gravity and time. It is not judged for its state. It simply exists in quiet continuity. Your head, resting on the support behind it, does not need to be stable. It does not have to stay upright against fatigue or fear. It sinks slowly into the surface beneath, like a stone dropped into deep water. There is no resistance, only surrender to what holds you. Each point of contact, the back of your skull where it meets the pillow, the side near your ear, is accepting pressure without complaint. It does not need to be firm. It simply needs to be held. And when this happens, not as a goal, but as an unfolding, There is no one left to perform for. There is no audience in the dark. There are no expectations from tomorrow or yesterday. You are not being watched. You do not have to justify your stillness by claiming it's productive. You are simply allowing yourself to be what you already are. A body that has stopped resisting its own nature. Your skin, everywhere, is now a surface of acceptance, not separation. The line between inside and outside blurs into something softer, where sensation flows in without fear of invasion. The coolness at your shoulder is not different from the warmth near your hip. Both are part of this single experience. Being here. There is no need to protect yourself because there is nothing left to defend against. You have already let go of the idea that safety depends on staying alert or in control. What remains is not absence, but presence so deep it does not speak. It only exists. And if a thought rises now, no longer urgent, no longer loud, it passes through like fog, drifting over a field. You do not need to catch it or push it away. It is simply another shape in the air, moving without direction, without demand. There is room for it. And then it fades, as all things must. You are not required to stay awake. You are not required to remember anything about this moment. You are only invited to rest. Just like the earth rests at night. Just like trees hold their breath in winter. Just like rivers flow without knowing where they're going. Your body is not trying to be something it's not. It does not need to become still or silent or calm. It already is, and that is enough. Your jaw, still holding traces of tension from hours ago, from a conversation that ended too abruptly, from words left unsaid, is no longer a fortress against what might come next. It does not need to stay clenched in readiness. There is no incoming threat. You are not being tested. The muscles at your temples and under your chin, long taut lines of effort, are beginning to unspool like thread pulled gently from fabric. They soften, slowly yielding to gravity's quiet pull. They do not have to protect anything anymore. They only need to be still. Your neck, The column that once strained with the weight of keeping your head up through long days now rests in a soft alignment, neither rigid nor slumped, but simply there, a bridge between skull and spine, no longer carrying the burden of posture. It does not have to stay firm or attentive. The vertebrae beneath are aligned as if by chance, not will. Each joint accepts its position without resistance. You can feel how the skin over your throat settles into the curve where it meets the collarbones. Warmth pooled in a hollow. Breathing with no demand. Your shoulders, the places that have carried so much of what was too heavy to name, are finally allowed to drop. Not dramatically, but steadily, like fabric slipping off a frame. They are not supposed to hold anything anymore. There is nothing left to carry. The trapezius muscles on either side, once knotted with stress from staring at screens, from sitting in meetings that never ended, now lie loose and quiet beneath your skin. They do not have to be strong or steady. They only need to exist as part of this body's surrender. Your arms, limbs once used for pushing forward, reaching out, grasping hold, are now fully released. The left arm rests along your side, fingers open, palm up, not in offering, but in letting go. You do not have to be useful here. The right one lies beside it. Forearm, resting on the surface beneath. Wrist curved slightly, as if cradling a thought that has already passed. There is no need to move them. They are not being asked to do anything. Your hands, palms, still warm from circulation, are no longer shaped by intention. Fingers are not curled in readiness or clenched around imaginary weight. Each one lies where it fell, slightly apart, as if the joints had forgotten how to grip. You can feel the space between them, the gap where tension once lived, as soft and open. There is room for breath here. Air moves easily through the small valleys of skin and bone. Your chest, once tight with a rhythm that did not match your peace, is now rising and falling on its own, slow enough to be almost imperceptible. It does not have to rise to prove you're alive. It simply rises because it can. There is no pressure behind the sternum, nothing pushing up from below. The ribcage opens gently with each breath, not wide, but just enough. It feels like a door left slightly ajar in an old house where no one comes anymore. Your belly, soft beneath your shirt or pajamas, is not striving to be flat or firm. It does not need to prove anything about your discipline or control. It is simply full of breath and stillness, relaxed into its own shape. The muscles along your lower abdomen, once tense with worry over things that haven't happened, are now resting like water in a basin after waves have passed. No ripples remain. Your back, the long arc from spine to tailbone, is not being held up by effort anymore. It does not need to be straight or proud. It is allowed to rest against the surface beneath, whatever shape it makes. Gentle curve, slight dip, even hollows where support has been lost and found again. You can feel how each vertebra aligns in sequence, like beads on a string that no longer needs tension to stay together. Your hips, where your pelvis meets your legs, are not locked by fear of instability or collapse. They are simply settling into their place, as if the ground had finally accepted them after years of resistance. There is no need to brace yourself against falling. You are already held. Your legs, one stretched out straight, one slightly bent, do not have to stay still in a position that feels familiar. They can be heavy without purpose. The left thigh rests against the mattress or floor, muscles soft and unguarded. Your right calf lies loose, heel pressing lightly into support, as if anchoring nothing at all. Your feet, the places where so much of your life has been walked, now lie still. Toes are not curled in tension, nor splayed for balance. They rest flat on the surface beneath them. You can feel how each toe pad receives pressure, warm, slightly numb, unresponsive to anything but contact. No one is asking what you've accomplished today. Only your skin knows that you're here. Your entire body. This collection of flesh and bone and nerve is not being asked to perform. It does not need to be productive or efficient. There is no expectation that you should get something out of this. The fact that you are lying here, breathing slowly, letting go, is already enough. Your body has been working for hours without pause. Now it rests as nature intended, not in effort, but in surrender. There is a quiet beneath all sensation, a space where nothing needs to be done. No one needs to respond. No thoughts need to be processed. You are not being tested on your ability to relax. The nervous system does not have to earn its rest. It has already begun to shift. This is not a state you must achieve. It is something that happens when you stop trying. Your breath, long and even, with each exhalation, slightly longer than the inhalation, is no longer shallow or hurried. It moves through your chest like water moving through soil. Slow, natural, unforced. There is no need to control its pace. It finds its own rhythm without instruction. And when a sound enters, the faint hum of distant traffic, the creak of wood in the house, the soft rustle from outside, it does not demand attention. You do not have to identify it or place it. It floats through your awareness like a leaf passing over still water. You feel its presence, but you are not pulled by it. Your skin, every point where air touches flesh, is no longer defending against intrusion. There is no boundary between inside and outside anymore. Only sensation as it arrives, without judgment. The coolness near your knee is not different from the warmth at your wrist. They both belong to this moment. And if a memory stirs, the image of someone's face, a phrase spoken too quickly, a place you once stood, it does not have to be held or dismissed. It drifts through your awareness like smoke rising from a dying fire, visible for a moment, then gone. No trace left behind. Your mind, once a workshop where thoughts were built and torn down, is quiet now. It is not trying to fix anything. It is not racing toward an answer. There is nothing to solve. You are not responsible for organizing your life right now. The only task remaining is simply to be here as you are. And if part of you wonders whether this rest is real, whether it's too easy, too quiet, too unlike what you expect from stillness. You don't have to answer that question. The body already knows what truth feels like. A deep release without demand, an absence of strain, a warmth beneath your skin that does not need explanation. You are not doing anything wrong by being still. You are not failing because you can't focus or remember how to stop thinking. There is no mistake in letting go when the weight has been too long to carry. This rest, non-sleep, deep rest, is not a performance. It is not a technique to master. It is not a way to become better, faster, stronger. It is simply what happens when you allow your body to stop fighting itself. And as this continues, not because of will, but because of release, your nervous system begins to shift in ways that cannot be seen. The heart slows its beat, not by command, but by surrender. Blood flows more easily through veins that were once constricted by stress. Oxygen reaches places that were starved for calm. You are not required to stay awake. You do not need to remember any of this when you wake. You are not expected to carry anything forward from here. Your shoulders, once holding invisible weights, are beginning to yield, not through effort, but through absence of resistance. There is no need to lower them. They simply settle into the space beneath you like stones that have finally found their bed in riverbed mud. Gravity takes its turn at bearing what was once carried by muscle and memory. The breath continues, each outflow a release, each inhalation an invitation not to fill, but to accept. It is no longer measured. It moves through your chest as if returning home, drawn back by something deeper than intention. The air does not come in like an intruder, nor go out like a surrender. It flows between you and stillness with the ease of water finding its level. You are not being asked to think about this process. You are not required to maintain it. Your body is doing what it knows how to do when left alone. Regulate, release, return. There is no instruction in any part of you that says, stay awake. Only a quiet insistence from the nervous system that says, rest now. The space between thoughts widens. not because you are trying to create silence, but because your mind has stopped needing to explain itself. It does not feel the need to reach forward or look back. It simply rests in this moment as if no future or past had ever been promised. Your skin is no longer a border. It is not guarding against touch or temperature or time passing. It is open, not in vulnerability, but in surrender. Every point where your body meets air becomes a doorway through which sensation enters without demand. The coolness at the back of your neck is not cold. It is simply present. The warmth along your ribs is not heat. It is just being there. They are not different from each other. They are both part of this one continuous field of awareness where nothing stands out and everything belongs equally. There is a softness gathering in your jaw, not forced, not worked for, but simply emerging from the absence of clenching. The muscles that have held tension since early morning now remember what it feels like to be uninvolved. They do not need to defend or hold firm. There is no threat to respond to. You are safe enough that even the idea of needing protection has begun to fade. Your face, once a map of minute reactions, of tiny adjustments in expression, is quiet now. Your forehead does not furrow over problems it cannot solve. Your eyes do not scan for danger behind closed lids. There is no need to read anything in this darkness. You are not required to interpret or predict. The stillness is not empty. It holds everything without needing to name it. Your ears, once tuned to every shift and change, are now listening differently. They hear sound not as signal, but as texture. A distant train passing through sleep. A branch brushing against glass. The soft sigh of air moving in the vents above you. None of these events demand your attention. None